Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're walking out of the vault after 2 centuries to enter the wastelands of Fallout 4. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. Fallout 4 was developed by Bethesda Game Studios and released by Bethesda Softworks on November 10, 2015. While receiving mostly positive reviews initially, it has since faced a wide range of both praise and criticism from both fans of the series and critics alike. Before we get into the game over the next few weeks, I want to take a moment to say that we won't be really discussing bugs or positive or negative aspects of the game itself, as there are plenty of other videos and creators out there that have done that in the past decade. The Philosophy and Ethics series is about diving into games and using parts of their stories and worlds as thought experiments, and that's what we'll be doing over the coming weeks as we explore not only the base game, but also several of the DLCs. Fallout 4 begins in the year 2077, with the opening sequence introducing us to both the main character and eventual protagonist, depending on how you play. The basic concept of the game is that following the atomic bombs being dropped in World War II, the world decided to take a more peaceful route and use nuclear technology to power just about everything in their lives, instead of using it to destroy each other. This has led to massive advancements in technology, with things like robots that help with household chores being commonplace. The overall design of everything also has a distinct 1950s feel to it, as Americans in this timeline decided they liked the aesthetic look of the early space race era, and honestly, I kind of dig the way things are here. Compared to modern times, where every company has the same logo and every design looks and feels like a ripoff of the one before it, the 50s look is a breath of fresh air. Unlike every other game we've covered, the player character in Fallout 4 doesn't have a set name, appearance, or gender, and we have a few decisions to make before really getting into things. I'll simplify this process by just going with the default, chiseled dad look provided by the game for the male version of the player character, because it just makes things easier and because I like to keep things balanced. We've had some amazing female characters in the Philosophy and Ethics series, with Clementine, Sadie Adler, Caitlin, Kara, and Miss Grimshaw, just to name a few. And I'm not going to even try to upstage them, as there are also a few good ones in Fallout. I'll also make naming the character easy as I go with my name, Josh Bearheart. This step comes with a caveat though, as naming the character is done through a conversation with a representative of the Vault-Tec Corporation. So, when I said before that the world had moved into a peaceful era, using nuclear power to run tech instead of bombs, I was only referring to a short period of the game's past. As is apparently normal for humanity, we can't go 5 minutes without making someone else the enemy, and war has once again found its way into the world, with China and the United States fighting over who has the bigger guns. To be fair, the war itself was really over dwindling resources, because it makes more sense to waste those limited resources trying to keep the other guy from gaining anything than to share things and find ways to compromise. That's not only true in the game, we also see it in the real world because we tend to put toddlers in charge of the most important things. And global tensions in Fallout are about as high as they are in our world, with several countries pointing nuclear weapons at each other and daring the other to shoot first. Because of this, and capitalism, a company called Vault-Tec has come along to save the day by building bomb shelters where people can hide if the worst case scenario plays out. Well, some people. The list to get into one of these shelters is exclusive, and you have to be special to get into a Vault-Tec vault. Thankfully, our hero, Josh Bearheart, is a veteran who made the list to get into the local vault, Vault 111, and the rep from the company has been trying for days to speak to him to finalize the details. Once the paperwork is taken care of, it's time to relax a bit. Except that it really isn't, because 5 minutes after the rep leaves the house, the first bombs start dropping. And this event actually lets us live out the worst fears of someone who would have lived through the Cold War in our own world. For those who may not be familiar, the Cold War was the period of time spanning from a couple of years following the end of World War II up through the early 1990s. It consisted of a number of proxy wars between the United States and the Soviet Union, with the US claiming a fight against communism, while the Soviet Union aimed to expand its own influence on a global scale. Part of this period included an arms race, where both sides sought to make bigger and bigger bombs and stockpile those weapons to keep the other side from gaining an advantage. The concept of mutually assured destruction was born out of this time as well, with the common thought being, if you launch your arsenal, we'll launch ours and everyone will die at the same time. In practice, this only works if both sides are actually level-headed and unwilling to die. But even in the best case scenario, it's a miracle the world doesn't end. Case in point, one Vasily Arkhipov, a Soviet vice admiral stationed in a submarine in the Caribbean Sea in 1962 during what was known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The commander was one of 3 on the nuclear-armed sub that had to give authorization to launch their missiles in the worst-case scenario. On the 27th of October 1962, that worst-case scenario seemed to be becoming a reality when a U.S. aircraft carrier began dropping depth charges near the submarine, causing 2 of the 3 commanding officers to think the war had escalated and input their authorization to launch their nuclear missiles. Arkhipov refused to give his authorization and eventually managed to talk the other officers down, single-handedly preventing what would have likely been the end of the world as we know it. Because of close calls like that, and the overall threat of total annihilation that could come at any moment, many civilians in both the United States and the Soviet Union became accustomed to things like duck and cover drills, as well as practice evacuations to bomb shelters, and practicing to quickly equip gas masks in the event of a bomb being dropped. If the bombs would have come as many feared, we could have seen a scene like the opening sequence here in Fallout 4 really play out. As we run to the vault, we can see some of our neighbors panicking, trying to make their way up the hill while grabbing whatever possessions they can carry. And arriving at the gates of the facility, we find several families and individuals begging to be let in, including the Vault Tech rep from earlier. He's somehow not on the list, despite being one of their employees, and this is our first of what will be many glimpses into what Vault Tech was really like as a company. Giving our name to the guard, we're ushered inside, and the last thing we see of the world above ground is a flash of light as a blast rips across the land, destroying the world that we knew completely. But life underground isn't all it's cracked up to be either, as we're ushered into the vault with little to no direction other than the instructions to take a vault suit and follow one of the scientists. Doing that leads us to what we are told is a decontamination pod, but something seems off as ice begins to show up on the window in the pod, and it becomes obvious that we weren't told the whole truth. After what we assume is a brief nap, we awake to watch another scientist, accompanied by a mercenary-looking guy, breaking into the vault where Nora and our son Sean are being kept. They try to take Sean, but Nora isn't letting go, and she winds up being shot by the mercenary in the process. The whole thing seems like just a bad dream as we fade back into the embrace of sleep, but as we come to once again, we find out it wasn't a nightmare. Someone stole Sean and killed Nora. And it only gets worse as we realize we're the only one left alive in the vault. It's clear some time has passed, though exactly how much is yet to be seen. Before we get there, we spend some time wandering the vault in search of an exit, discovering along the way just how bad the situation was before we even set foot in the underground facility. See, Vault 111 wasn't really designed to house people safely underground to wait out a nuclear war. It was set up as an experiment to monitor the effects of long-term suspended animation on unsuspecting human beings. The goal was to get as many people into the vault as possible, without telling them the truth of what they were in for, and then monitor the outcome. And that brings us to the ethics of experimentation on human beings. Science, by its very nature, requires trial and error and experiments to prove or disprove hypotheses. At the same time, one of the most important things in science is ensuring certain ethical standards and practices are upheld, especially when it comes to experimentation on living beings. For instance, subjects in scientific research should be informed of the fact that they are participating in a study, and made aware of the risks associated with that study so that they can give informed consent before taking part. They also have to be selected in a specific way to ensure the results of the study aren't tainted by bias. While we don't know the criteria for who was selected to enter the vault, we can see right away that a couple of these standards have been breached because the participants don't even know that they were in a scientific study. Because of that, they weren't able to give informed consent, and Vault-Tec starts out with any results they might get being thrown out because of this. But why are those things important in the first place? People need to be able to trust the scientific community if any experiments are ever going to yield positive results for humanity. If it turns out that people were used in an experiment they weren't aware was even happening, they lose trust in authorities and science as a whole. And that trust isn't something that can be easily won back. A famous example of an ethical breach in a study that has rippling effects to this very day can be found in the Tuskegee experiment that ran from 1932 to 1972 in the United States. The purpose of the experiment was to observe the effects of untreated syphilis in a population, but the study participants weren't informed of this and were lied to about the kinds of treatments and appointments that they were partaking in. To make matters worse, nearly 200 people died or otherwise had their lives irreparably altered as a result of not getting proper treatment for a disease that was easily treatable using penicillin. When the news broke in 1972 about the experiment, public trust was broken in a way that has impacted other studies and attempts to improve public health overall in the decades since. There's no way to truly calculate the cost of this one experiment because we can't know how many people failed to seek medical treatment in the aftermath. But it's highly likely that the loss of trust from this one ethical breach set public healthcare initiatives back decades. It's possible Vault-Tec doesn't care about these ethical standards because the vaults are meant to be used only in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. But then, why would they be doing an experiment like this in the first place? The whole purpose of a scientific study or experiment is to find solutions to problems and learn more about the natural world. So it seems a little odd that they would be conducting or even planning this study when the world won't really be the same after the event that they are preparing for in the first place. But we'll need to explore the world some more to really dig into Vault-Tec properly. Besides the communication about the unethical experiment on the terminals around the facility, we can also uncover some clues as to what happened in the vault after Josh, Nora, and Sean were frozen. At first, things went as expected, with the scientists doing their work and everyone getting along. After a couple of months, however, people started to get a little cabin fever, and everyone was ready for the day that they were supposed to be opening the vault and heading back out into the world above. But as that day came and went, it became clear that there was no signal coming from Vault-Tec to open the doors, and a fight between the overseer, the scientists, and the security team erupted as food ran out and people became desperate. The result was that no one left the bunker alive, and we can find the bones of the desperate former inhabitants scattered all over the place. And what were the people at Vault-Tec even thinking? Ethical problems with their experiment aside, they gave the staff of the vault just enough food and supplies to make it to the 180-day mark after the strike. That might make sense, except that there was no plan other than wait for instructions, and anyone who knows anything about planning for something like an underground bunker would know that you should store at least a year's worth of supplies for the expected population. If they get out early or on time, great. They've got extra. But if something goes wrong and they need to last longer down there, they need to have the ability to survive. And especially since they were running an experiment, they should have thought ahead and given the inhabitants at least a fighting chance in the long term. You can always pull the data they collected off the computers, but you can't ask clarifying questions of skeletons. What if there was some oddity or event that the scientists didn't properly record? Wouldn't it be great to be able to talk to them about it? It's these kind of things that make me wonder how the people in charge managed to get there in the first place. And it isn't something limited to the game, because of course it isn't. We see real-world companies make insane decisions all the time. From failed product launches to marketing changes that just make no sense to anyone who even knows basic economics. It's the kind of thing where we look at the decision and question the competency of the person in charge. But I suppose we can't really expect much out of the leaders of a world that's blown itself to smithereens. As we get into the Vault Overseer's room, we can find some entries that he left on his terminal, talking about the staff turning on him and demanding to be let out, and I kind of feel for him in a way because that's an impossible situation to get out of. On the one hand, you have people starving to death, demanding to be allowed to leave, while on the other, you have potentially deadly radiation contaminating the outside world. They were supposed to get further communication from Vault-Tec at the 180-day mark, but there's been no word and there's no way to know when it might be safe to leave. Except, that isn't the whole story. See, radiation from a nuclear bomb, even at the levels that would have been present following the exchange between China and the United States in the game, would decay rather quickly. There would be hot zones that might be risky to go into after a couple of months, but for the most part, the scientists and others in the vault could likely at least step outside and see how things are without needing to worry too much about being exposed to unsafe radiation levels. It's been 6 months since the bombs dropped for them, which is plenty of time for the bulk of the radiation to have decayed or washed away. That's not to say that they could just go back to normal, as there would still be residue and unsafe conditions, but it wouldn't be quite as deadly as the Overseer seems to think. This idea that the Overseer puts in his entry that the levels would be, quote, potent enough to fry everyone if the vault seals are breached, is just asinine. He either has no idea what he's talking about, or he's just trying to play it up because he doesn't want to abandon his precious experiment. And before you go into the comments to tell me about how the lore in the game world makes the rules of nuclear decay different, I already know, but this series is about learning a thing or two about the real world while discussing games, so calm down. If it isn't obvious by the way I approach these things, I don't really care too much about the lore that doesn't align with the real world as a general rule, and if I just accepted the lore, there wouldn't be as much to discuss that hasn't already been covered by a million other creators. Getting back on track, unlike the doomed inhabitants we've met thus far, we're able to open the vault and escape out into the world to find out just how much we've missed. After looting everything that isn't nailed down, we head back down to the old homestead only to find out that it's gone to hell in a handbasket. The sunshine makes it look a little more inviting, but I'm thinking that even Mr. Rogers would stay away from this neighborhood. It's not all doom and gloom though, as it turns out that our trusty Mr. Handybot, Codsworth, is still powered up and kicking. If that hunk of metal hasn't lost all his power by now, it must have only been a couple of years that we were down in the vault at most. Right?
You're suffering from hunger-induced paranoia. Not eating properly for 200 years will do that, I'm afraid.
200 years?
Okay, so we've been down in the vault, frozen, for almost 2 centuries.
A bit over 210, actually, sir. Or give or take a little, for the Earth's rotation and some minor dings to the old chronometer.
It's likely the world has changed just a little bit more than we know. But we're going to have to wait to find out just how much until next week. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh, Bearheart Hawk, and today we're getting back into the wasteland of Fallout 4 as we discover just how much of the world has changed in 2 centuries. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. Emerging from the vault at the end of episode 1, we discovered our hero, Josh Bearheart, has been on ice for about 210 years. At some point during that hiatus, someone broke into the vault, killing his wife and stealing his son. And now that he's out, he's searching for answers. Thankfully, his trusty Mr. Handy, Codsworth, not only survived the nuclear blast that destroyed just about everything else in the neighborhood, but also managed to keep the house in decent shape over that long, lonely stretch of time. Though he is a little worse for wear, as he seems just a tad delusional when he's confronted with the events of the vault.
Oh, sir, it's been just horrible. 2 centuries with no one to talk to, no one to serve. I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed, but nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood.
After a brief search around the neighborhood for signs of Sean, Codsworth points us in the direction of nearby Concord, where he knows some groups have held up in the past. It's a long shot, but it's all we have, and our top priority is finding Sean. Nothing can get in the way of that mission. On the way to town, we pass by an abandoned Red Rocket gas station and meet our first friend in the form of a canine companion named Dogmeat. As Dogmeat is not only a good boy, but also the best dog in the Commonwealth, we'll allow him to accompany us for now, though he deserves some treats and a belly rub when we get back to Sanctuary later. Finally arriving in Concord, we come across a couple groups locked in a massive gunfight, and we have to decide whether getting involved is even worth our time. So let's jump into the shoes of someone who's just woken up from a 200-year nap to find themselves in a world with no laws, no established government, and no way to know who's the good guys and who's the bad guys. In the game, it's pretty easy to see, as pointing our weapon at a person tells us if they're a raider, a traitor, some other role, or a named NPC. But that wouldn't be the case in a real-world situation. A good rule of thumb might be to just shoot back if someone shoots at you first, but that can get messy if they wind up hitting you on that first shot. And that raises a bit of a conundrum, as they might only be firing at you because they think that you've got bad intentions, meaning that neither of you is really looking to kill, but rather just wants to defend yourself against a perceived threat. This situation isn't exclusive to the wastelands of a video game either, as there are plenty of ways that you could wind up unsure of who to trust. Maybe your car breaks down in a bad area, and you don't know if the person stopping their car nearby is coming to help or do harm. Perhaps you're the adventurous type and find yourself in an abandoned building like so many urban exploration YouTubers do, finding the place isn't as empty as you thought when you spot a person walking through a room. Or maybe, like me, you found yourself at one point or another in the middle of a war zone, where the enemy combatants weren't wearing uniforms, choosing instead to dress themselves in the clothes of innocent civilians. I was in Iraq in 2011, and one of the biggest issues we had was deciphering who was actually just an average person trying to live their lives and feed their families, and who was hiding a weapon, ready to strike when we let our guard down. It isn't always easy to figure out who you can trust in those situations, but one thing you can start with is open communication, making your intentions known and respecting boundaries. If both people in a tense situation choose to announce what they want right away, it makes it a little easier to calm things down. That doesn't mean you should trust without warrant, but it does mean that you need to give a little leeway to strangers who are willing to talk. Most people just want safety and security. They aren't out to harm anyone else, they just want to make it through to the next day. Sure, there's always a risk they could do harm, but statistically, you're more likely to be harmed by someone you know than a stranger. For instance, data from the FBI in 2017 showed that in murder cases where the perpetrator was known, only 19.4% of the victims were killed by a stranger. That number excludes cases where the assailant was unknown, so the total could be higher or lower, but it actually makes a lot of sense. When you spend a lot of time around someone, growing to trust them through interactions, you let your guard down. While that's not inherently a bad thing, as humans need to be able to trust each other to cooperate in a social group, it also raises the risk of becoming a victim of an assault or murder or some other crime because you don't expect those closest to you to hurt you. If a stranger comes at you with a knife or points a gun in your direction, you're going to react quick because your brain is in defensive mode. If a loved one does it, you're likely to react a little slower because you're more relaxed around them to begin with. Logically, it would make sense to be on your guard at all times, with everyone that you know. Though that doesn't really make a lot of sense socially, and it would be way too emotionally and psychologically draining to keep up. Even so, there are some people out there who know what that is like firsthand because they've been hurt by someone they trusted and live in fear of being hurt again. It's important to acknowledge that fact in these kind of conversations because it's something I think most people forget or don't realize when it comes to interacting with strangers out in the world, and it's something that complicates this whole matter further. Most of us are distrustful of strangers because, going all the way back to the early days of humanity, strangers were a threat to our group and whatever resources we held. But people who have been hurt by friends or family members, trusted people that were a part of the group, wind up taking this distrust even further because of experience. They don't just think the stranger could be a threat, they know it. Getting back into the wasteland, this is something we'll see a lot of as the groups of raiders that wander the world regularly terrorize people, killing them and stealing supplies left and right. Because of this, many people are hesitant to trust anyone outside of their group, no matter how friendly that person may seem. We can see an example of the worst of this at a place called Hardware Town in Boston proper, where the cries for help from a woman just labeled as settler urge us to come inside and help her injured friend. As we go in, we find out the whole thing was nothing more than a ruse meant to take advantage of traveler sympathy, and we wind up teaching the raiders a lesson by showing them that sympathy and empathy don't equal weakness. That moment is just a few steps ahead of where we are, though, as we deal with the raiders outside of the Museum of Freedom in Concord and head inside to clear out the rest of the rats. The whole adventure might be nothing more than a fool's errand, but our help was requested by a man with a cool hat, and I just can't turn down that awesome look. Getting through the rabble, we find a small group of survivors holed up in the top floor of the museum in an office. And after getting to know them a little bit, we agree to finish off the raiders outside using a suit of power armor and a minigun that's just been chilling out on the roof of the building for God knows how long. Making ourselves into a human tank, we roll down the main street of Concord, looking and feeling pretty badass as we mow down raiders. That feeling only lasts a little while though, as we soon discover the true threat in the area as an enormous monster bursts forth from the street and starts killing everything that moves. This is a death claw, And while they are a massive threat to the mere mortals that call the wasteland home, our hero Josh is immune to their teeth and claws, and he makes quick work of the beast before heading back to regroup with Preston Garvey and the rest of the group known as the Minutemen. And this group is based on a real-world militia, dating back all the way to the 17th century in the colony of Massachusetts. Back then, all men between the ages of 16 and 60 were required to be a part of local militias in their town of residence. And some of the men in those groups were further tasked with being prepared to defend the town or even the colony at a minute's notice. These were called the Minutemen, and they helped keep the cities and towns they lived in safe during the French and Indian War before becoming a pivotal force in New England during the early Revolutionary War. But they suffered from a lack of leadership and wound up dissolving in the long run, which isn't too different from this ragtag group that we find here in Fallout. The Minutemen in the game used to be a formidable force, but the entirety of what's left of them stands before us in this small museum in Concord. There was apparently a situation at some point in the past in a place called Quincy, where the Minutemen failed to show up and defend a settlement, and ever since the group has been falling apart and dying off. As important as history is, we'll brush this part of things off for now because I want to really focus on how the group moves forward. Leaving the museum, we follow Preston and the rest of the gang back to Sanctuary Hills to establish our first base of operations. This action also starts a series of missions and events that often get a lot of flack from players because they can be really repetitive and don't seem to really add up to much in the end. I'm speaking, of course, of the settlement system and expansion of the Minutemen as a whole. From here on out, Preston will give the player a series of missions, mainly focused on either clearing out and establishing a new settlement or assisting a settlement that's being actively attacked. Ultimately, this line leads us to establishing a settlement in the former home base of the Minutemen, known as the Castle. But let's dive a bit into why these settlements are so important and try to give them a little more meaning. Being set in Boston, the game has a lot of Revolutionary War symbolism, and the theme of freedom is heavy. Unlike the war against the Crown, however, this is a war focused on freedom from raiders, beasts of the wasteland, the harsh environment, and other threats to life in the world after the bombs dropped. The player, fresh out of the vault, is tasked with establishing that freedom as he or she is given the title of General of the Minutemen. And in the long run, that title can actually mean a lot as we make our way around the world, creating new settlements and filling them with survivors. See, people have lost hope in the centuries since the Great War of ever seeing any kind of real improvement in their way of life. Many of them have become very isolationist, mainly due to the lack of trust in outsiders that we discussed earlier. And while they might have their own little farms, they try to keep to themselves and don't really want to associate with anyone else. While having your own little settlement, comprised of just you and one or two other people, is possible, it also leaves you vulnerable in a world like the one we found in Fallout. Raiders are a common problem, but there's also super mutants and various monsters and pests that could wind up destroying everything you have without breaking a sweat. If you want to survive long term, you need more people. Having friendly groups nearby that can help when things get bad would be a massive boost overall to the stability of life in the Commonwealth. But they are also there to help the general in a pinch. Each settlement can be equipped with an artillery cannon, which may just be my favorite thing ever, as I was in the field artillery when I served in the army, and I'm partial to the King of Battle because of that. Nearby settlements will also send in reinforcements when you need some help clearing out enemies, and they'll allow for a quick stop to resupply and drop off excess junk when you need to clear out your inventory. Those benefits don't come without a bit of work, though, which is true both in the game and in real life. Not only do you have to do the physical work to build the settlements up, you also need to maintain relationships and get to know the people at the settlements a little bit. This doesn't mean that you need to sit down and talk to everyone or stop by each settlement every day to say hi, but it does mean that you need to be there when they need help, just like you expect them to be there for you. But even in the darkness of the wasteland, there is a ray of hope outside of the Minutemen. A great, green, shining jewel that just might hold the secret to building a better future for everyone, while also giving us a new lead in the search for Sean. Diamond City. Built in the ruins of what was once a baseball stadium, Diamond City is about as close to pre-war as we're going to get in the Commonwealth outside of the vaults. There's political intrigue, conspiracies, and a glimpse of our own world hiding in the shadows of home plate. As we first approach the highly secured city, we meet what might be one of my favorite characters in the game in the form of a rowdy woman named Piper. She's apparently been banned from coming back inside as she argues with someone to open the gate, though the full argument is interrupted as we're attacked by some wild dogs. The gate opens up as we're fighting, and we're able to mosey in without any problems once the threat has been dealt with. Following Piper, we quickly find out why she was locked out as we are greeted by the mayor of Diamond City, an angry-looking man who's had it up to here with the nosy reporter. And it's honestly good to see that even more than 200 years after the fall of society, there is still a love-hate relationship between politicians and the press. Just looking at America, even though the First Amendment to the Constitution guarantees freedom of the press, there has been a long history of politicians trying to silence stories they didn't like in the media. Going back to the very beginning of the nation, the Sedition Act criminalized publishing, quote, false, scandalous, and malicious writing against the government. The Adams administration used this act to close down several newspapers while also successfully prosecuting 10 individuals, while many others saw fit to self-censor for fear of retribution. The Red Scare of the 1950s is another time where we can see the American government coming for those who espoused viewpoints they didn't agree with Senator Joseph McCarthy publicly attacking journalists who asked too many questions. Richard Nixon, the 37th president, famously had an enemies list that consisted of several journalists he wanted taken down for their coverage of his presidency, and we've even seen a push in recent months by the current administration in the White House to have journalists and reporters banned or fired for their perceived slights. Now, that isn't to say that all journalists are trustworthy, or that some of them didn't deserve pushback for twisting the words of a political figure or even making up stories entirely. But as a general rule, freedom tends to work best when people are more informed of the things going on in the world around them. Journalists should be free to ask questions without fear of retribution, and they should be able to dig into stories without worrying about being locked away for uncovering the wrong thing. At the same time, the outlets publishing those stories have a duty to ensure that they are only sharing the facts that align with reality, and to ensure that they are working to inform rather than instruct the reader. The average person should be able to read the information and make up their own mind, and they should be able to trust that the outlet they are reading from is honest. This is true for more modern forms of media as well, with both radio and television networks having the same obligation, and it's up to us, the average person reading, viewing, or listening to the news, to hold the outlets we get our information from to a high standard and call them out when they share inaccurate information. Jumping back into the game, the argument between Piper and Mayor McDonough seems to revolve around missing persons within the city, and the apparent fact that the city security team doesn't seem interested in helping to find those who've gone missing. This, and a chat with Piper's sister Nat as we walk into the city, brings us a couple of new things to focus on. First, we get the name of a detective known as Nick Valentine, who the mayor says could be helpful in our search for Sean. This is the best lead we've had thus far, and we'll make our way to his office momentarily. But before that, we are introduced to the Institute. According to Nat, they snatch people up in the middle of the night and no one hears from them ever again. It almost sounds like nothing more than a ghost story on the surface. But as we walk through the city, we can get hints that there may be more to this boogeyman from people like Kathy, who's talking about how she thinks the mayor's secretary is one of those things, and from one of the shop owners, Myrna, who advertises synth-free shopping. Clearly, these people are worried about some kind of threat, though it isn't clear immediately whether that threat is real or if it's tied to something Piper wrote. A walk deeper into the city, however, starts to shed some light on what's going on, as we can find a Mayor McDonough giving a speech where he reassures the residents of the city that he is not a synth. From that, we can kind of piece together that people are not only worried about being kidnapped, but also about having their friends and neighbors replaced by the Institute. And that ties directly back into the trust thread that we started the episode on. Not only are people hesitant to trust outsiders because of the raiders and the kinds of tricks they pull to lure in victims, but they also might need to worry that the people they're closest to aren't who they think they are. I'm obviously kind of beating around the bush here to play up the drama of the story, but we later discover that the Institute is able to make synthetic humans that look and sound just like anyone in the Commonwealth, and that they are actually replacing people. Now, there are a lot of wild theories that exist in our world today about people being replaced by everything from aliens to interdimensional beings. And while none of those conspiracies actually hold any truth, they aren't completely unwarranted. Sci-fi movies like Invasion of the Body Snatchers from 1978 filled the public consciousness with the idea that friends or neighbors could be replaced without anyone being the wiser. But the concept likely goes back a lot further. In 1970, Japanese robotics professor Masahiro Mori coined the term uncanny valley to describe an odd feeling people would get when interacting with objects that were human-like in appearance. Up to a certain point, people didn't really have a problem. But when an artificial object like a robot, android, or CGI face is too perfect, too human-like, we tend to feel revulsion towards it. There are a couple of theories about what causes this, with both taking us back to prehistoric times when Homo sapiens weren't the only game in town. About 50,000 years ago, Homo sapiens shared the world with other hominid groups, like Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other similar species. One theory about the origin of the uncanny valley focuses on the strife and competition that likely existed between these groups. If you were in a group of fellow Homo sapiens, a Neanderthal, for instance, might have been a threat. They would have looked a lot like you, but with subtle differences that would allow them to be spotted and dealt with before they could do any harm. This uncanny valley feeling could be a direct genetic quirk that stuck with us even after the other hominids died out. It's also thought that it could be related to some kind of pathogen avoidance, with subtle differences in facial features distinguishing members of the group that had some kind of disease or deformity. The feeling of unease could have been a warning sign to stay away from those individuals that had something wrong with them to prevent the spread of a contagion that could be deadly. But while the reasons for the uncanny valley feeling are up for debate, the feeling itself could help to explain both the conspiracies around people being replaced in the real world and the panic among communities in Fallout about synths. If our brains are hardwired to spot small discrepancies in faces, providing a signal in the form of an uneasy feeling when we spot them, it's possible the same system could malfunction, causing us to doubt whether the person that we're looking at is actually who we think they are. Even if it's a familiar face, one we've seen 1,000 times, a misfiring of the neurons responsible for the uncanny valley feeling could make us uneasy and lead to questions about the person we thought we knew. When you exacerbate that by including a conspiracy about people being abducted and replaced by aliens or interdimensional beings or a secret agency like the Institute, it could be a recipe for widespread panic. If that feeling can be easily triggered by looking at a CGI or android face, who's to say it can't be triggered just by thinking that the face we're looking at is an android? And we don't have to wait long to find out how this paranoia affects people in the Commonwealth, as we find a group gathered in the middle of Diamond City, watching a man named Kyle interrogating someone he thinks is a synth in the form of his brother Riley. Kyle has a gun trained on the suspected synth, but Diamond City security is staffed by former members of the Detroit PD, and those guys don't mess around. Overzealous security aside, if people are questioning whether their own family members have been replaced by synths, With no way to know the difference, what hope do we have in the long run? Thinking back to our discussion about the rebuilding of the Commonwealth through settlements and the Minutemen, while those things can help people gain trust through strength when it comes to outsiders, they can't help when the threat is hidden within the group. If anyone could be a synth, being replaced at any time by this mysterious, impossible-to-locate force known as the Institute, and if we have no way of telling that they're a synth without killing them, there's no way to really establish a safe community. We have to be able to trust our neighbors, friends, and family members, and at the moment, that is impossible. But if we ever want to dig further into who the Institute is, and what their ties to Sean's kidnapping could be, we're going to need some help. Heading over to Nick Valentine's office, we find his secretary, Ellie, in a rather down state, as her boss has gone missing himself. It's probably not a great sign that the person we need to help us find our missing son has disappeared, but Ellie is able to give us some direction to help locate him, and we set off into the next episode to pull another thread on this mystery. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're continuing our relentless search for our son Sean in the wastelands of Fallout 4. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. At the end of the last episode, we found ourselves walking into the office of Nick Valentine, a detective from Diamond City who might be our best hope to find Sean. But the detective went missing himself, and according to his assistant, Ellie, he's likely been either captured or killed by a gangster named Skinny Malone. Skinny's gang is holed up in an old subway station and inside the ruins of what was supposed to be Vault 114. It turns out, Vault-Tec purchased the Park Street subway station in February of 2077 and began construction on the new vault after closing the facility down and firing most of its workers. But closing down the subway facility and laying off the workers isn't even the most egregious thing Vault-Tec planned for the space. Just like Vault 111, Vault 114 houses an experiment, though this one involves a little less freezing and a little more raising of the temperature. Well, metaphorically raising the temperature. See, the future inhabitants of this vault included the wealthy and powerful from local society. They're planning to take in high-ranking members of the local and state government, local luminaries, business people, and their families. These people have been led to believe the vault is going to be some high-end, classy setup where they can live out the post-nuclear world in luxury. But that isn't exactly the truth. In reality, they'll be living in cramped quarters, sharing spaces designed for much smaller groups. This experiment, yet another example of a breach of the ethics we discussed in the first episode, is meant to see how people who are used to having their way and living in high society react to the high stress of being in such tight living arrangements. As if that wasn't enough, they've decided to get pretty extreme when it comes to the search for a vault overseer. Normally, you would probably want someone level-headed and scientifically minded when running such a delicate study. But Vault-Tec is aiming to put the person most likely to fail in charge of things. We can find a series of holotapes deeper in the vault that give us a glimpse into the kind of people they were interviewing, and ultimately hiring, for the top role in the vault. The first couple of interviews we listened to sound like people who would be a perfect fit for a vault that would need some form of leadership, especially one that is going to be full of politicians and other well-to-do types. But both were overqualified in Vault-Tec's eyes. They were looking for someone a bit more eccentric. Enter Soup Can Harry. Harry is a very over-the-top caricature of a conspiracy theorist. He's convinced the government is using his tax dollars to fund, quote, Illuminati Freemason sex parties, end quote. He sleeps wherever he pleases because those same tax dollars apparently pay for the roads and dumpsters he calls home. And he eats Abraxo, a detergent brand in the game meant for cleaning houses. Honestly, Soup Can Harry might just be the best character in the game, though he never made it into the vault and likely died in the initial blast. Setting that aside, I can only imagine how this vault would have played out had it gone even a little bit to plan. Dozens of wealthy elites would have been shoved into a tight space with someone who saw all of them as members of some wild cabal. Now, it's incredibly easy here to fall into the trap of schadenfreude, feeling like the people who would have been falling under the whims of Soup Can Harry deserved it. But we've got to take a step back and really examine this for a moment. The people being experimented on here would have been victims just as the families in Vault 111 were, and the group would have consisted of women, men, and children who weren't guilty of any crimes. Sure, some of the politicians and business leaders might have been corrupt or made some really stupid decisions, but that doesn't mean they deserve to be tortured in this way. And make no mistake, many, likely the vast majority or even maybe all, of Vault-Tec's vaults include experiments that amount to torture in one way or another. Some of the experiences are more physical, some are more mental, and some are a combination of both. But they are all things that no human being should have to go through. But the topic of the vaults in general is one that is better left to another video. We came to Vault 114 to save Nick Valentine, and that's what we're going to do. As our hero walks into the vault, in his version of the modern day, there are no conspiracy theorists or high-class elites, at least none partaking in vile experiments. Instead, we can find wave after wave of henchmen, all there to protect whatever secrets the bunker might hold. After beating them into submission, we come to an open room, with a man taunting a trapped Nick Valentine. The detective doesn't seem too broken up about being a captive, even poking at the man by suggesting he might be on his boss's kill list for being a, quote, lousy cheating card shark. We could just hang out until the man leaves on his own, rescuing Valentine when the coast is clear, but that wouldn't be nearly as fun. With a couple of rounds from our minigun, Dino is dead, and before long, Nick is freed. And this is the perfect time to talk a little bit about this group that calls Vault 114 home. It's run by a man named Skinny Malone. He's likely at least partially based on the stereotypical mafia boss from the early to mid 20th century in the United States, bearing a striking resemblance to a man known as Al Capone. But before we talk about Capone, we need to cover a brief history of the Mafia in general to set the scene. While there is some debate about the true origins of the Mafia, the concept of mob families goes back to at least the 19th century in Italy. They began by pulling in members from groups of armies known as Mafi, who were responsible for overseeing the land holdings of landlords in the Italian countryside. They grew powerful over the 18th and 19th centuries, more or less becoming the local law in many areas. They had a strict moral code that included the idea of retribution for crimes being up to the family or individual that the crime was committed against. This code, based on something called omerta, was an obligation that people took seriously to never cooperate with outside authorities during criminal investigations. If you saw something happen and said anything about it, the Mafia would make sure that was the last thing you did, because to them, the only people who could seek justice were the victims and their families. By the early 20th century, several groups of individuals had left Italy, mainly fleeing the reign of Mussolini, and settled in places like the United States and countries in South America. Here, they would set up criminal enterprises very similar to those they'd left behind, participating in bootlegging during Prohibition, extorting small businesses for protection money, setting up racketeering activities, and getting involved in loan sharking, narcotics, and prostitution rings. One of those mafia outfits, the Colosimo mob, based in Chicago, Illinois, would wind up becoming a home to a young upstart named Alfonso Capone. Capone was the son of immigrants, born in Brooklyn, New York in 1899. After quitting school in the 6th grade, Capone would get involved with a local street gang run by a man known as Johnny Torrio. Torrio would take a liking to Capone, and in 1920 the pair would head to Chicago, where they would join the Colosimo mob, helping to maintain the illegal liquor business during the waning days of Prohibition. Within 5 years, by 1925, Capone would be the head of the Colosimo crime family, after the death of Big Jim Colosimo and a serious injury to Torrio, who would wind up heading back to Brooklyn. Capone was seen as a ruthless leader, taking out rival gangs and strong-arming his way to more power through racketeering schemes in the Chicago suburb of Cicero. Probably one of the most famous instances of Capone's ruthlessness was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre on February 14, 1929. A group of men dressed as police officers gathered up several members of the Bugs Moran mob, a rival of Capone's group, lined them up against a garage wall, and gunned them all down. Capone was able to skirt any responsibility as he was in Florida at the time of the incident, but the circumstantial evidence points to some kind of involvement on his part. And that was kind of the way the mafia worked. The boss wouldn't give direct orders to kill someone. They would imply that something should be done, and their minions would carry out the orders, giving plausible deniability to the guy in charge. The law would eventually catch up to Capone, though, with several attempts at charges falling flat before a conviction for tax evasion and prohibition would finally land him an 11-year sentence and ultimately end his criminal enterprise. He'd served time in a couple different penitentiaries, including the famous Alcatraz, before being released from prison in 1939. He was broken and by all accounts wasn't in his right mind for the last few years of his life, dying in his Florida home in 1947. Bringing it back around to Skinny Malone, while Al Capone may have been the inspiration for his character, the fictional crime boss is a lot less interesting as we come face to face with him after making it out of the vault with Nick. The whole reason Nick came down into the vault in the first place was to track a girl who'd gone missing, though it turns out she was a willing participant in any kidnapping that might have taken place. Her and Malone are lovers, and even with the mystery being solved, there's still one choice to make here. We can either fight Skinny Malone, killing him and what remains of his gang, or we can ease the situation with a little bravado and walk out with no further bloodshed. As fun as it is to have shootouts with the Mafia, I let him live in this situation because the goal was to get Nick out alive, and I always aim for the lowest amount of death I can manage. Skinny could have just opened up fire on us, but he chose to talk instead, showing he's at least reasonable and convincing me that letting him live is the right call. Leaving the vault and heading back to Diamond City, we get the chance to consult with Nick about finding Sean, with our description of the kidnapper matching up pretty close with a man named Kellogg, a mercenary that's been seen in the city with a kid. He has an apartment not too far away, and after procuring the key to the place from the mayor, we're able to get inside and look for clues. A quick side note on the mayor before we get too deep into Kellogg's house. I took a moment to snoop on his console, because, of course I did. Like Piper, I tend to not trust people like Mayor McDonough. He just seems like one of those really slippery politicians, and I know there's more to him than he lets on. While reading through the logs, there was one in particular that stood out. Mainly because when we first arrived at the office, we found Piper harassing the mayor's secretary about a mysterious courier that visits the city every couple of weeks. On its own, this wouldn't be too big of a deal, but there is a note in the console about a courier sent by a man called Mr. Io. And we'll put a pin in that for the time being, because it might lead us somewhere. Looking through Kellogg's house, we're able to find a secret room with a few helpful clues, like some cigars Kellogg was smoking that still have his scent on them. This isn't too helpful on its own, but when we bring in our trusty canine companion, Dogmeat, the scent trail becomes a direct line across the Commonwealth to Kellogg's location. Well, it isn't a direct line per se, it's more of a winding path that meanders through monsters and other hazards, before finally ending at a place called Fort Hagen. Getting inside the fort, we have to fight our way through a maze of scents, refusing to turn back even when Kellogg himself comes over the PA system to insist that we aren't going to find anything. When he realizes we aren't going anywhere, he finally agrees to have his synth stand down and to meet us face to face. In that discussion, we learn that Sean is in the Institute, and that he's apparently older than we thought. Outside of that, Kellogg isn't very helpful, and in the end, we have to take him out. It isn't like he gave us much of a choice, but it would have been kind of cool to have some way to partner with him or something, as he's kind of the only one that can help us at this point. We've got no idea where the Institute is or how to get there. And with the one person that could give us an idea being gone, it seems kind of far-fetched that we'll ever be able to get in. But all hope isn't lost, as we regroup with Valentine and Piper in Piper's office to discuss what we uncovered. After a short talk, Nick suggests we meet with a woman named Dr. Amari, the owner of a place called the Memory Den in the settlement of Goodneighbor. This is apparently a high-tech place that you can go to relive the memories from your past, and there's a chance that we can access Kellogg's memories using a small chunk of his brain that we conveniently took as a souvenir. Making our way through the maze that is the streets of Boston, we find ourselves walking through the gate of Goodneighbor to be greeted by a man looking to extort us. Finn fancies himself as a sort of mobster, not unlike those we discussed earlier, and we're kind of seeing a theme emerge now. Skinny Malone was the most obvious example of mob activity, but if you think about it, Kellogg is kind of acting as a mob enforcer for the Institute, and now we're dealing with a protection racket in Goodneighbor. That behavior doesn't really go well for Finn, though, as we're soon greeted by another resident, or rather town mayor-like figure in the form of a ghoul named Hancock. His story deserves more time, but for now we'll brush past it and make our way to the objective. Dr. Amari is hesitant to help, as the only way to really dig into Kellogg's memories is to plug the part we looted from the dead Merc into Valentine, and there's no way to know the risks or outcome beforehand. Despite the possible harm that could befall him, Nick insists she perform the procedure, revealing just how awesome he really is. He's only known us for a few hours, and even though we risked our neck to save him, that act wasn't exactly altruistic, and we really couldn't blame him for turning down this task. He doesn't owe us anything, and it's kind of refreshing to see someone else in the wasteland willing to do things just to help others, with no other real motive. We showed that kind of compassion when we saved Preston and the Minutemen, and it's one of those things that helps make the world so much better. So many people only focus on what they can get out of a situation, looking for any chance to get ahead or get a reward. If more people would step up and take action just because those actions are the right thing to do, there would be less suffering all around. Thankfully, the implant works like a charm, and we soon find ourselves hooked up to a machine that's tied into Valentine's mind and Kellogg's memories. And this little ride through the life of Mr. Kellogg gives us a glimpse into who he really was and shows us firsthand why we shouldn't judge a book by its cover. To be perfectly clear, none of what we see in the memories justifies the horrific actions Kellogg takes on behalf of the Institute or anyone else. But they do give us a glimpse into who he really was and what drove him. As a matter of fact, this whole experience is a good example of how empathy works. Empathy is sometimes seen as a bad thing, like some kind of detriment. It's easy to understand that viewpoint because on the face of it, empathizing with someone who's done awful things can seem like we're somehow excusing those actions. But that isn't really the case. Empathy is all about understanding the motivation behind what an individual does or says. If we can put ourselves in their shoes, get into their mind, and figure out what makes them tick, we can make changes in our own lives and even in the world around us to help others who may be going through similar things that led the person we're empathizing with to do whatever it is that they did. Let's add some context to make it a little easier to lay out. There are places all over the world that have seen generations of war, famine, and other man-made atrocities. Each new generation goes through their own version of hell as internal and external parties all vie for power, with death and destruction being the name of the game. Focusing on an individual child, we can see how that child, knowing nothing but war, could easily grow up thinking that that is the only way. They learn to distrust anyone who offers or promises help, and by the time they reach adulthood, they've lost any hope of a better future for themselves or any family they have. They become a member of some kind of organized militia, fighting other groups and trying to take over and instill their own version of the perfect world. They even attack those who would bring food and resources to a needy populace because they see it as justified after years of hate all around them. This is a cycle that we can break using empathy to understand the cause and enact change. Applying this to Kellogg's life, we can see him growing up in the post-nuclear fallout world. His father treats him and his mother like crap, and his mother isn't exactly as present as she could be, likely because she was going through her own stuff. And they live under the thumb of the NCR and all their rules. Despite that, he manages to make a somewhat normal life for himself, with a wife and baby showing up in the next memory. His life wasn't perfect, and he was involved in some pretty bad groups along the way, but he was trying to provide a life for his family, and doing what he saw as necessary to survive. And if you think about it, had the story been following Kellogg from the beginning, if we'd been playing as him instead of the sole survivor character, we would likely be rooting for him at this point instead of hating him for his role in Sean's kidnapping and Nora's death. How many raiders have we killed to this point because we saw it as the right thing? Weren't they all just nameless enemies to us? Kellogg sees those he has to go after in the same way. The next scene drives this point home even further, as we find out one of the groups or individuals Kellogg went after wound up killing his family, sending him out for revenge. After that, something broke inside him, and he became cold and calculated in a way that he hadn't been before. He moved east, working as a mercenary along the way, until eventually reaching Boston and being recruited into the Institute, where we first meet him as he steals Sean on their orders. Through his story, we can see how a bad environment, mixed with impossible circumstances and horrific experiences, can lead to someone who might have otherwise been a hero becoming the villain. This doesn't mean that we should feel sorry for him, or that he didn't deserve what he got in the end. It means that if we want to prevent a repeat of Kellogg, we need to focus on the things that brought him to this point. That's a rule that we can use when making decisions in the wasteland and even in real life, as we try to minimize suffering and improve the world that we live in. Finally, after reliving the events from Vault 111, we get the chance to see Kellogg with an older Sean in his Diamond City apartment. A specialized synth called a Courser shows up to retrieve the boy and send Kellogg out on a new mission, and we learn why the Institute has been so hard to track down. They use teleportation to get in and out. So we've solved the problem of accessing Kellogg's memories, but now we have to figure out how we're supposed to get into the place Sean is being kept. Thankfully, the last job Kellogg was given involved hunting down a scientist who apparently fled the Institute. Virgil is on the run, and supposedly hiding in the glowing sea, a desolate piece of land on the southwest corner of the city where conditions are inhospitable for just about every form of life. With Piper by our side, we head into what would be certain death for any other pair, fighting off giant scorpions and death claws as we search the radiation-heavy land for any sign of this missing scientist. We don't even know for sure that he'll be able to help, but we have to try. Surprisingly, we aren't the only humans dumb enough to make our way into the glowing sea, as we eventually stumble across a group called the Children of Adam, a religious cult that worships the power of radiation. They're truly something to behold, and we'll be talking more about them when we get to Far Harbor. For now, they're able to point us in the direction of our missing scientist, and we make our way to a nearby cave, killing one last Deathclaw before heading into the next episode in search of Virgil. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're infiltrating the Institute in search of our son Sean in Fallout 4. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. Virgil was a scientist at the Institute who decided their experiments had gone too far for him. After sabotaging the project he was working on, he fled into the wasteland and made his way to the one place he assumed no one in their right mind would come looking: the glowing sea. This particular area is flooded with radiation from the bomb that was dropped there 2 centuries prior, and it isn't the worst place to hide out if you've got the ability to survive. In Virgil's case, the ability to survive meant transforming himself into a super mutant, using serum he'd developed as part of the FEV project he'd been a part of during his life in the Institute. We'll get more into that project in a bit, but as he tells us what we're going to need to do to get into his former home, he asks that we try to recover a possible cure for his affliction when we finally do get inside. Agreeing to help him seems like the logical thing here, if only for the fact that it's doubtful that he would help us if we refused. Whether we should help him out or not, though, is a matter that we can debate when the time comes. For now, Virgil gives us some info on how to track a special type of Institute synth known as a courser, as we're going to need a chip from one of them to teleport ourselves into the facility. Tracking the thing down isn't too difficult, and even killing it isn't too tough for us. And we're soon working on finding someone who can help us decode the courser chip so that we can actually use it. The first stop is a visit to our old friend Dr. Amari, but she doesn't have the expertise we need, and instead points us in the direction of a group known as the Railroad. Like the Institute, the Railroad is a secretive organization, though they work on the opposite end of the line, trying to free synths rather than recapture them. The only clue we're given on how to find them is to follow the Freedom Trail, and it turns out the Freedom Trail isn't just some in-game gimmick. The real-world Freedom Trail is a physical line in Boston, Massachusetts that takes visitors to a variety of locations that hold some importance in colonial American history. From historic churches to places like the building where the Boston Tea Party was planned, and the location of the Boston Massacre that would wind up kickstarting what would eventually become the American Revolution, the Freedom Trail is a trove of history. And the line shows up in the game as well. We can follow along, finding the markers for the historic locations along the route as we battle super mutants, ghouls, and raiders in the streets. But just following the trail isn't enough, as we have to also pay attention to the markers along the way, with each having a number painted on the surface and an arrow pointing to a letter in the phrase Boston, the Freedom Trail. Our journey along the path ends at the Old North Church, where Robert Newman and Captain John Pulling Jr. climbed to the tower of the church on April 18, 1775, to hang 2 lanterns that signaled the arrival of British troops by sea to a waiting Paul Revere. Honestly, it's kind of a shame the game didn't lean a little more into the history of Boston in the story. There are some great things like the story of Paul Revere and the Boston Tea Party that could have made for excellent teaching points. But I'm glad they at least included some of the historic information on things like the plaque outside of the church. Moving into the church, we wind up going down into the crypt below the building and following it until we reach a seal that helps unlock a secret door. The seal turns and can be pressed, and it becomes quickly apparent the seals we found marked along the trail were giving us the passphrase we need here. And let's just take a second to appreciate the simplicity that this secret organization applies to hiding themselves. We'll find out later that they've been a real thorn in the side of the Institute for a while, stealing and reprogramming synths for likely the past few years at least. And directions to their home base, along with the password to get in, were just plastered on the sidewalk for anyone to find. And it's not like we need someone to point us here, as it's possible to stumble onto their hideout before being told about it. So how in the world have they been able to hide from the highly sophisticated, technologically superior Institute this whole time? We've got to really wonder how smart the people who run the Institute are if they couldn't find something so simple. To make matters worse, the passphrase is railroad. The code to break into the organization known as the Railroad is railroad. It's clear at this point that we're dealing with the best and brightest the Commonwealth has to offer between these 2 secretive groups. Brushing that aside, we come face to face with the leader of the railroad, Desdemona, who apparently rushed to the entrance to the underground bunker as soon as we opened the door, greeting us with a fancy display of lights and bravado. She's acting like some kind of big shot, though I'll call her leadership into question as she doesn't seem to know anything at all about us, despite our exploits in the Commonwealth, and the fact that one of her people, Deacon, has been tracking us specifically for a while. Now, maybe Deacon just hasn't had a chance to brief her on what we've been up to, but shouldn't she at least have some clue as to what's been going on? We helped the Minutemen take back the castle, have been gallivanting around the wasteland for at least a little while at this point, and we just walked right up to their front door without so much as a single guard to stop or question us. How does this organization function in any way with that lack of leadership? Desdemona should be up to date on everything going on, with operatives like Deacon providing daily status reports and updates. She should be organizing and planning defenses and moves against the group that they're actively fighting. Instead, she's just chilling in the basement, playing like she's some kind of hero fighting for the greater good of synth kind. And on top of everything, they'll only assist with decoding the courser chip if we agree to give it to them when they're done. I went through all of the trouble of tracking down how the Institute gets coursers in and out of their facility, finding Virgil in the glowing sea, tracking and killing a courser, and you're telling me that you should get the spoils of my effort? Now, to be fair, they are the only ones who can analyze the chip, and they do deserve some kind of reward for that. But they act so entitled, and I'm not exactly thrilled to be working with them because of that attitude. Given the situation, Desdemona and the railroad at large should be more open to working with us without the demands. We've done something in only a matter of days that they haven't managed to do in the course of years. And you would think they would be ready to give up anything just to have us on their side. I'm going to jump forward a bit here because As part of this whole process, Desdemona tells us that she wants in on any plan we have to access the Institute and requests that we come back to speak with her before doing anything else. As I'm not a fan of her attitude, I wound up making my way into the belly of the beast with the help of my Minutemen, and upon returning to tell the railroad what I found, Des isn't happy.
Get out of here.
We've heard some very disturbing things about you. That you've been to the Institute. That you're actually working with those monsters. You're lucky we don't shoot you on sight.
But I want to help you guys.
Far too little, far too late. There's no way we can trust you now. Get the hell out of here, and don't come back.
She says it's an issue of not being able to trust us since we're now working with the Institute. But in reality, we're seeing in real time why the Railroad is one of the worst groups in the game. Ignoring for a second their lax security, they're actively turning away the one chance they have to actually stop the Institute. They can pretend all day that we just aren't trustworthy, but in reality, they should know better. Deacon spent all of that time following us around. He knows a good deal about us and who we are, and at a bare minimum, they should be asking us questions about our trip into the Institute and trying to learn whatever they can about it. Instead, they're banning us from their secret fort and assuming that action won't come back to bite them later. Think about it for just 1 second. Even if the player character is the enemy, wouldn't you want to keep them close? We already know how to get into their base. We've shown an aptitude for overcoming tough obstacles, and we're incredibly resourceful. Building bad will against us doesn't exactly bode well for the future of your organization. You'd be better off kidnapping the family of Brian Mills than going against the sole survivor at this point. But now, we'll move on from the failures of the Railroad and focus on our actual target for this video, the Institute. Getting back to Virgil, we report our success and get some hand-drawn plans for a machine that will most likely work perfectly well to transport us into the underground facility. Though before sharing the plans with us, he shares his opinion on the group that helped us decode the Courser chip in the first place.
Oh God, those kooks. I would have expected they'd be too busy trying to liberate vending machines or setting computer terminals free. Sorry, they just have something of a reputation.
Taking the plans back to Sturgis at Sanctuary Hill, we're able to build the machine, and in the blink of an eye, we're standing inside the most advanced building in the world. After downloading some data from the unguarded computer terminal right outside the relay area, we make our way to an elevator in the next room. And, just briefly, why is this room not occupied by anyone at all? This is the room used to transport people, mainly coursers and their hostages, back and forth from the Institute. And you're telling me that they don't have anyone staffing it? Maybe it's automated, but then why is it set up as if there needs to be someone here? I know it's kind of nitpicky, but it just seems so irresponsible to have a place like this set up with no one around to handle transportation or to monitor the system. Why is the terminal even there if it isn't needed? Whatever the reason, it works out for us as we're able to just stroll in and make our way through the area unimpeded. Even though there's no guards to stop us, we are being watched, as a voice comes through a hidden speaker to let us know our intrusion wasn't as sneaky as we thought. Following the voice's instructions, we wind up coming face to face with an old man named Father. He greets us as we're trying to calm down what turns out to be a synth named Sean. And as if the situation couldn't get any wilder, Father himself is actually our son, and now I feel like we're trapped in a country song. Joking aside, it turns out the time between Sean being taken and our more recent thawing was about 60 years. There's a lot to unpack here. First of all, let's look at the situation on the whole, because in reality, we don't even know for sure that this actually is Sean. Now, okay, in the game files and for the sake of the story in the game, it absolutely is Sean, but let's take a step back and pretend for one moment that we're in the real-life shoes of the player protagonist. We were rushed into a vault moments before the world came to a crashing end, and shoved into a chamber that cryogenically froze us for an unspecified period of time. At some point, we were unfrozen just long enough to see our son kidnapped and our wife killed before being put back on ice for another unknown amount of time. When we finally unfroze for the second time and emerged from the vault, we learned that we were more or less asleep for about 210 years, a time verified by several independent sources. We're able to track down the man who stole our son, but he isn't actually too helpful, only telling us the child is a bit older than we expected. We know that he was seen with a boy that was about 10 years old, but there's no way to know with any degree of certainty if that was the real Sean or the synth Sean that we see when we first meet Father. We don't know when the last time Kellogg saw the real Sean was either, as he's usually traipsing around the surface doing their dirty work. So here we are, confronted by this old man who claims to be our flesh and blood son. It's possible he is the real Sean, but it's also possible that he's a synth himself, or even someone else entirely. In a real situation, we would be best served to ask these questions and remain on our toes, though that might be easier said than done. There's a good chance the Institute has some ulterior motive for making us think that Sean was the one standing in front of us. Maybe they want to further their research that they started with the boy. Maybe they are curious to see how this kind of manipulation of human emotions would play out so they can adjust the programming in their synths to compensate for some specific set of circumstances. The truth is that we don't know what they really want, but they sure know what we're looking for. This whole introduction was orchestrated to play with our emotions. They knew that we were looking for a young child, the son that we'd lost in the vault. Us going through Kellogg's memories was helpful to them because it introduced the idea that the boy might be a little older, but still the son that we could connect with. Now we find out that he's actually lived his entire life as we've been frozen in time, and their hope would likely be that we would still be open to having a connection with him for one reason or another. And that's no accident either, as Father even mentions how we were willing to accept the 10-year jump, meaning we should be able to accept an additional 50 years by default. Let's bring this into the real world to learn something useful from the experience. Many of us have been faced at one time or another with a friend or family member that might have used similar tactics to get something from us. Maybe they wanted money, or to be involved in our lives in some way that they weren't already. Perhaps they were looking for something more. While not every relationship is toxic like that, it's always smart to pay attention and work to spot the times when things seem off. This is especially true when it comes to close familial relationships that are more one-sided most of the time. This might involve someone who is abusive or manipulative, who withholds affection or attention until they need or want something for themselves. If you can learn to spot that behavior through honest reflection, you can often wind up getting yourself out of a bad situation before it begins. Looking directly at the situation with our player character and father, it would be incredibly difficult as a parent to find out that you had missed your child's entire life through the actions of an entity like the Institute, and the first instinct would be to want to make up for that time. Having the wherewithal and fortitude to actually question the situation would be incredibly difficult. Our entire goal to this point, everything that we've done, has been to reach this moment and find Sean. If we're being told the man standing before us is Sean, going against that would mean that all of our effort was for nothing, and potentially that something happened to the boy along the way, meaning there would be no chance of seeing him again. Accepting it means that we can have the peace of mind that we accomplished our goal and allows us to live with an artificial happiness. But that's just the tip of this iceberg. Let's dive into the Institute's use of Kellogg and Father's view of the world above ground. Starting with Kellogg, he was obviously in use by the Institute when Sean was taken. And if we assume the man standing before us is Sean, that means that both the Institute and Sean saw fit to continue using the ruthless mercenary despite his less than ideal methods of working. He admitted to doing some horrible things over the course of his life, and he didn't need to shoot our spouse in the cryopod when he came for Sean. On top of that, Father tells us that he was happy to see us take out Kellogg, insinuating that our path crossed with his on purpose, and meaning that this whole thing was left up to the slim chance that we would be able to handle a battle-hardened mercenary that no one else in the Commonwealth, including the Institute itself, had been able to take out. That seems like an awful big risk to take. Father also justifies the use of Kellogg by asking if we would have preferred that they would have set him loose on the Commonwealth to do harm as he saw fit, insisting that they kept the collateral damage to a minimum by keeping him on a short leash. But it goes even further than that because they also fitted him with technology that enhanced his physical capabilities and prolonged his life beyond what it should have been. So either they made him a killing machine that even they couldn't have handled, meaning the chance of us beating him was even lower than initially thought, or they kept using him even when they had the ability to take him off the battlefield, meaning any damage he did lies squarely on their shoulders. We also dip briefly into Father's views on the Commonwealth as a whole. He, and as we soon find out most of the scientists in the Institute, thinks the wasteland is a lost cause. They view their mission inside the Institute as humanity's last hope for survival, while also refusing to actually help any of those outside of their walls. This seems rather counterproductive if they truly want to be a force for good. But it doesn't get any better as we actually get the chance to explore the place and meet the heads of the departments. There are 4 main departments that we can dig into, though there's only a couple I really want to talk about here. Taking a trip to the Bioscience Division, we wander off the beaten path in search of the serum Virgil asked us to retrieve from his lab. He worked on a project known as the FEV program, short for Forced Evolutionary Virus Program. The aim of this experiment seems to have been to figure out the way the FEV worked and potentially use it in some way in the Commonwealth, though there isn't a completely clear answer as to what they really wanted. They were experimenting on humans, injecting them with the virus and monitoring the outcome, with the vast majority of those cases resulting in super mutants that were then released into the wasteland. As far as I can tell, it looks like the test subjects were likely individuals they abducted from the Commonwealth, with some of those individuals no doubt being replaced by synths over the years. Virgil grew uneasy after running the program for a while with no new results and no indication of what they were looking for, and he wound up causing a ton of damage to it before fleeing the facility, ultimately resulting in the shuttering of the whole thing. Outside of FEV, bioscience is really made up of what you might expect, with a variety of plants and even synthetic animals being created as possible food sources for humanity. This would be great if they were actually using the tests that they were running to benefit the hungry residents of the Commonwealth, but they aren't doing that. As a matter of fact, we can find evidence in one of the terminals that they are actively doing harm to the residents of the wasteland. Case in point, a study being conducted on the Warwick homestead, a settlement you can actually find in the southeast corner of the Commonwealth, but one that I've not yet been to in this playthrough. They've abducted and replaced the family patriarch, Roger Warwick, and they're using the synth replacement to monitor and control their experiment. Not only that, the plan, once the experiment is complete, is to cleanse all surface-level evidence of the tests, presumably meaning they plan to wipe out the homestead and everyone in it. Now, and I cannot stress this enough, this entire project is not only unethical by a wider margin than anything Vault-Tec might have done, but it's also completely unnecessary. Just start your own farm, filled with synths and some synth protectors, and carry out the experiments to your heart's content. There's no need to kill a man and replace him, taking on the risk associated with that action when you could just as easily set up the whole thing someplace else. And you can't even argue it's something about the soil in that particular area, because unless that is the only place in the world with that specific soil, you can find or even replicate the properties of the soil in another spot. And doing that might even be better if you're looking for results that will bear fruit outside of that farm. If you absolutely need to use that area, just send in a small group of synths to befriend the Warwicks and offer assistance with the farm. That would even allow you the chance to disappear later with no trace of the experiment left behind when you choose. It took all of 2 minutes to come up with both of those ideas, and I presume the Institute scientists are at least as smart as I am, probably even smarter, and they had nothing but time to come up with ideas and plan accordingly. It's clear ethics aren't really something that they care about, though. The other two areas I want to really dive into are the Synth Retention Bureau and robotics. Starting with the Synth Retention Bureau, or SRB, we meet a man with a familiar name, Dr. Justin Ao. You'll remember that name from the last episode where we discovered it on the Mayor of Diamond City's console. He's been sending a courier to Diamond City to meet with the mayor every couple of weeks, and it would seem that Piper might not be so far off in her reporting. Even if the mayor isn't a synth himself, he's clearly been in contact with the Institute in some way, though the full story will have to wait. Dr. Ao, just like about everyone else in the Institute, sees the rogue synths that they've been dealing with as nothing more than machines gone haywire. As far as they're concerned, the synths aren't becoming sentient. They're malfunctioning and being hacked and reprogrammed by the railroad, and they need to be recovered and reset at all costs. This mindset can even be found in the place where the synths are born, robotics. Though, that's also where we can find evidence of doubt brewing in at least one scientist.
If it were just a limb twitching, but her eyes were moving as well. Involuntary twitching and rapid eye movements while sleeping.
Theoretical limits are made to be broken.
You just don't want to admit to yourself what it is.
If you're about to launch into one of your
Good to see you.
impassioned speeches about artificial sentience and machines with souls, I've heard enough of them by now. Hell, I can write them down from
But we
memory.
can't just ignore the question. If a synth can dream, why can't it have a soul? And if a synth has a soul, then it is a living person by every standard we can. Of course it is far more comfortable to think of them as machines, so we can do what we want
If
with
you
them.
disapprove of the work we do here, Dr. Renee, you know where to find the
Now,
temple.
just a moment. I never said that. I'm simply trying to open everyone's eyes to new possibilities.
Well, it's an
I hear we're
unwanted
about to get a new
distraction.
food
We're men of
supplement.
science, not philosophers. You do well to remember that.
And it's that last piece, where the doctor on the left, Max Loken, mentions that they are men of science and not philosophers, that I really want to look at, because he's wrong. Science and philosophy go hand in hand. They always have, even when the majority of scientists and philosophers didn't realize it. Both disciplines are focused on the questions that few others are willing to answer, with science working on how the world works while philosophy dives into the why. Both the how and the why are important if we're going to make groundbreaking discoveries and maintain ethical principles. Scientific research into how to build machines that look and act like humans can help you make robots, synths, and androids. But we cannot ethically release those creations into the world until we've taken the time to ask why we would create them in the first place, and what we plan to do with them. If the goal is to create a machine to help do the heavy lifting, to ease the burden on humans and make life better for humanity overall, then why should we progress beyond basic robots? Where are the lines that we shouldn't cross in our pursuit of knowledge? How will we know when we've crossed those lines? We've talked before about sentience and what makes a being deserving of rights when we covered Detroit Become Human, so I'm not going to rehash that conversation here. Go check out that series if you haven't already, because the discussion is one worth having. Unlike the androids in Detroit, however, these synthetic humans being created in the Institute are indistinguishable from humans save a small processor implanted in their brain. This is the core of who they are from a programming standpoint and is only accessible once a synth has been killed, meaning that while it is still alive, there is no way to tell the difference between it and a regular human. This raises some interesting questions, like whether synths would be able to reproduce, or if they would be compatible with humans in that capacity since they share DNA. But that concept is never breached within the confines of the game. If they could reproduce, one could probably make an argument for introducing them to the Commonwealth and the world at large to help grow the population and rebuild the world. Coupled with the advancements in food production and synthetic animals, the Institute really could be the brightest hope for the future of mankind. But as it stands, they are seen as nothing more than property. And after we've acquainted ourselves with the leaders of each of the divisions, Father sends us on our first official outing as part of the Institute. This particular mission shows the ignorance of both the Institute and the Railroad, as we're to recover a synth that went rogue, and then had its memory wiped by the Railroad before taking over a group of raiders that's been responsible for robberies and deaths in the Commonwealth. For starters, the actions of this synth aren't really that far off from the actions of any other random wastelander. There are plenty of raider groups being run by non-synths, and if the Institute was actually worried about things like this, they wouldn't have released super mutants into the wasteland, and would be concerned with cleaning that mess up more than trying to recover their property. The Railroad's involvement here is even worse, because rather than just leaving well enough alone, or simply assisting synths, they choose to wipe the memory of the synths they come into contact with, and then send them back out into the wasteland with a new identity and no idea that they are synths. Just imagine the crisis a synth could have if it thought it was a regular human, and then somehow found out it was actually a synth the whole time. It could have a meltdown and do any number of things, and that blood would be on the hands of the Railroad. Yes, we'll be talking more about that next week, so just put a pin in it. We managed to recover the rogue synth despite my best effort, and after a quick visit with Father back at the Institute, we find ourselves heading to a place known as Bunker Hill, where another group of rogue synths is being protected by some railroad agents who are trying to get them safely out of the city. And this time, we actually have a say in the outcome, as we can choose to just take out the courser Father sent along to assist us and set the synths free. This doesn't go over well when we meet back up with Father on top of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology building that sits on top of the Institute, and we have a decision to make. On the one hand, we could apologize for our error, and beg for forgiveness, hoping Father will accept what we did and let us back in. But I can't do that in good conscience. See, the path that seems to be the best here would be to work our way up inside the Institute and try to enact change from the inside. This is something that happens all too often in our own world, where people wind up staying with and enabling organizations that do more harm than good in the hope of making things better when they finally reach a position of power. Of course, this never actually happens because the reality is that changing systems for the better from the inside takes a concerted effort by a large group. One person seldom makes enough of a difference to matter, and in the end the effort fails despite the best intentions of the individual. That's how good people can wind up doing awful things in the name of doing the greater good. Maybe I have to poison a river or overlook some safety protocols today, but it's alright because when I'm in charge things will be different. But even if that day ever comes, you find yourself buried in bureaucracy and unable to actually do what you wanted. And because of that, I choose to stand up to the bully rather than join them. It won't be easy, but we'll be able to use some of the connections that we've been building up to take down the boogeyman and save the Commonwealth. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're destroying the Institute in Fallout 4, after deciding which group should help us in that endeavor. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. At the end of the last episode, we found ourselves arguing with the head of the Institute, Father, about the place of synths and the supposedly scientifically minded group in the Wasteland. We'd learned through our exploration of the Institute that they were involved in some very messed up experiments in the Commonwealth, including killing and replacing the residents of the Wasteland with synth doubles. This kind of activity not only goes against the stated goal of the Institute to advance human civilization through scientific discoveries, but it also actively hurts the relationship between them and the other groups and residents in the Commonwealth. The people of the Wasteland are afraid. They're afraid of being taken in the night and having a replacement sent to live their life. They're afraid their loved ones could be replaced without them even knowing it. They're afraid that one day in the future, this mysterious force known far and wide as the Institute is going to come out of the shadows and take over the world they know, killing everyone and everything that doesn't bow to them. And a lot of that fear is warranted. Two major incidents in the game's history lend credence to the idea that the Institute doesn't have the best interest of the Commonwealth in mind. The first involves a rogue synth that wound up killing a bunch of people at the main hub in Diamond City. Everyone thought it was just some random guy who opened fire on the people in the area. But upon inspecting the corpse, they learned it was actually a synth that looked just like a person. The other big event involved the first attempt at something resembling a government in the Commonwealth. Several big players in the area, including the Institute, sent representatives to try and build a functioning group to govern the Wasteland. But before anything could be signed or even agreed to, synth representatives started attacking, killing most of the other representatives and destroying any chance at peace in the Wasteland. Along with all of that, they've released super mutants into the Commonwealth, making life even harder than it already was, and they seem to just generally be opposed to any kind of positive future for the people above ground. They think they are better than everyone else because they've been hidden away and have had the chance to make scientific advancements that no one else in the world has been able to achieve in the years since the bombs fell. This feeling of superiority isn't something that's specific to them, or even to the game world, but it is something that makes them more of a threat than a possible help. In the real world, we've seen groups like this pop up from time to time. They are typically convinced that they have the best methods and means to make the world a better place, with the definition of better place being contingent on their own ideals. We can look back at the colonial movement in countries like Britain, France, Germany, and others to see some good examples of this kind of thinking. The leaders of these countries would send out expeditions to various parts of the world, with the intention of not only exploring the planet, but also of spreading their own influence. They would often discover new groups of people in these endeavors, and they would either kill or capture them, with the eventual goal being to dominate the land. This was played off as being in the best interest of what were seen as hostile natives, and it was very often done for profit, using areas for their natural resources, crop conditions, or for other monetary gain. But money wasn't the only goal, as a lot of colonial missions were sent under a religious context. And religion is another example of groups using a superiority complex to try and lord over groups while pretending they have the best interest of those that they control in mind. Outside of colonialism, religious groups have spent centuries trying to convert non-believers through mission programs and even things like the Crusades starting in the 11th century. Every religion is convinced that they have the right answer about both how to live and what happens after we die. And most of them are interested in spreading that news around the world through various means. Some of this involves true believers, convinced they are saving lives and souls, and some of it involves greed by the leadership of different organizations, using religious conversion as a tool to grow their power and influence. There have also been smaller movements that aimed for more concise things than religious conversion or colonialism, like the Nazi movement in Germany in the 1930s. This movement, while technically aiming for world domination, was made up of individuals and groups that saw themselves as superior to others based on their genetics. It was born from the eugenics movement, a semi-popular movement that gained a lot of traction in the late 19th century, before hitting its peak in the 1930s and 40s and slowly dying off after World War II. And that movement may have even been the inspiration for some of the ideals the Institute espouses. Their mantra, "Mankind Redefined," is eerily reminiscent of the tone the eugenics movement sparked, with the goal of that ideology aiming to pick what proponents saw as the most desirable genes in the human population and focus on propagating those while simultaneously eradicating those seen as less desirable. And because of all of that, and how they see the people of the Commonwealth as expendable test subjects, the Institute has to go. We can't in good conscience side with them, at least not if we want to see the world of the wasteland improved in the long term. At least part of that falls on what I like to call the benevolent leader fallacy. This is the idea that even the most uncorruptible, perfect leadership will eventually be replaced by someone with bad intentions. It applies here because we know that the technology the Institute has would benefit the wasteland immensely in the right hands. With the right person leading the effort, we could see Boston rebuilt in a matter of years, and wind up with a flourishing society in a generation or two. But that tech would eventually come under the control of an individual that would abuse it, and we would wind up right back where we started. This isn't a problem inherent in the tech, and if done properly, it could actually wind up making the world of Fallout much better. It's more of an issue with the implementation. If the player character, or even Sean for that matter, could change centuries of ideology that the scientists of the Institute have been taught, they might have a chance to bring the tech and improvements to the world above. The problem is, people have a hard time changing. And even if you could get all of the scientists to begrudgingly go along, there would inevitably be an undercurrent of scientists working either actively or subconsciously to break the system from the inside. Little acts of sabotage would add up over time, convincing people that the whole plan was doomed to fail from the start. And eventually, you would have a lot of great tech going to waste or even being used to actively cause harm. Just look at the real world as an example. We have the technology to feed, house, and clothe everyone on Earth, but we choose to use a lot of that tech to kill each other or to actively bring harm in other ways. This doesn't mean that you stop trying to make the world better, though. It simply means that you have to find other ways to do it. So taking down the Institute will be in the best interest of everyone in the Commonwealth in the long term. But how exactly do we go about that? Well, the game gives us a few options, though we've already shot one down in this playthrough. I'll only briefly talk about that one, since we discussed the railroad in some depth in the last video, but Desdemona decided that because I didn't play by her rules and ask permission to go into the Institute, she didn't want to be allied with me anymore. The logic here doesn't make a lot of sense, because if I was going to betray the railroad, I could have just as easily done that, whether I talked to her before going or not. On top of that, the organization itself is rather twisted because it isn't just helping synths who've become sentient to find a path to freedom, it's also wiping their memories and giving them new identities. This action calls into question a number of things, not the least of which is whether the sentience they found before having their memories wiped still exists afterward. If you've got an identity, and have a personality and memories that make you unique, giving you what we know as sentience, would you still be sentient if all of that was wiped away, with fake memories and a false persona taking their place? Shouldn't the synths be embracing the fact that they are a synth and making their mark on the wasteland as a new life form? If super mutants can do it, why not synths? They are biological after all, and only distinguishable from humans thanks to a tiny component hooked into their brain. The railroad may have good intentions, though I think a lot of that is more just because it makes them feel like they're doing something good, rather than them being there to actually do good. It's the difference between giving to charity because you want to have a positive impact, and doing it because you get a tax break. The action might still be good overall, but the execution and intention aren't necessarily there. So even if the railroad hadn't railroaded us, I wouldn't want to partner with them in taking down the Institute because I don't think they're doing things that are actually in the best interest of the Commonwealth. Next up, we have the Brotherhood of Steel. These guys act as a kind of paramilitary force in the Commonwealth and beyond, having started out west and spread as they chase a dream of being a real army. They technically have a motto, Ad Victoriam, which means towards victory in Latin, but they might be better suited to adopt the phrase might makes right, as that seems to be a little more in line with how they approach pretty much everything. When we first meet the Brotherhood, it's through a small group holed up in the Cambridge police station, though we are technically supposed to get a glimpse of them and their massive ship, the Pridwin, right after killing Kellogg in the pursuit of Sean. Though, as I found out the hard way, this isn't the case if you don't do things right. I don't talk a lot in these videos about glitches and whatnot, but in this instance I have to call out the fact that Bethesda really screwed up here. See, after fighting Kellogg, I went back through Fort Hagen the long way, partly because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, and partly because I didn't see the exit that opened up after the fight. In doing so, I failed to trigger the arrival of the Pridwin, which didn't strike me as too odd at first because I just assumed that event was tied to meeting the Brotherhood members at the police station. That is not the case. To trigger the arrival of the ship, you have to exit Fort Hagen using the elevator on the bottom floor. This takes you to a door that only opens with a terminal, and hitting that terminal is the trigger for the Prydwen. That is really dumb, and that one little mistake almost cost me the chance to even go through the storyline for the Brotherhood of Steel. And that storyline is worth the effort because it really shows us who we're dealing with. There's a few different missions you can take part in, mainly focused on recovering artifacts and equipment and looking for materials that will help bring their giant robot, Optimus Prime, or Liberty Prime, back to life. Honestly, a lot of it leans into lore and things from previous games, and I didn't play those games, so the nostalgia of the situation doesn't really land for me. But there is one piece that I want to focus on. The first major member of the Brotherhood that you meet is Paladin Danse. Danse is one of those Brotherhood for life kind of people, and he would do anything up to and including giving his life if it meant saving the men and women that he fights alongside. He's also very interested in making sure others are taken care of, and he goes out of his way to bring the player character into the fold. Overall, he's just a fun character and one that I really like. But as we progress through the story, we find out that he isn't who we, or he, think he is. He's actually an Institute synth. This fact is discovered quite by accident when Proctor Quinlan decrypts the data that we recovered from the Institute, providing a list and description of their synths, one of which matches Paladin Danse down to the DNA. And just as a quick aside, that would make Paladin Danse technically our grandson, since Sean's DNA was used to create the Gen 3 synths. This isn't brought up at all, though I kind of wish it would have been. Where the Brotherhood goes off the rails is how quickly they move to eliminate the man that has spent years serving by their side. They don't take a minute to assess things, or to talk about how this finding doesn't actually make much of a difference given Dance's dedication to the cause. They just decide that because he was created in a lab instead of a womb, he isn't authorized to live. And that is just outright insane. Tracking Danse down, we find out he didn't even know he was a synth, meaning he's had his memory wiped on top of the fact that he was listed as being lost by the Institute, and reinforcing the fact that he isn't some spy or someone to fear. He is a dedicated Brotherhood of Steel soldier, and they are willing to throw him to the dogs because of some misplaced idea that all technology is evil. And that's something that really just rubs me the wrong way about this group overall. They spend an inordinate amount of time combing the wasteland for technical documents and technology that they deem as too dangerous to be in the hands of others, hoarding that tech and pretending that they are somehow above everyone else. They seem to be laboring under the impression that their little paramilitary group is immune from corruption, and that they are the only ones responsible enough to hold on to the high-tech gear they find for the time being. And this philosophy is no different in many ways from the Institute, with the main difference being that the Institute operates mainly in the shadows, while the Brotherhood lords their technological superiority over the people they are conquering. The one saving grace, at least for this particular group of Brotherhood acolytes, is that their leader, Elder Maxon, at least has a good enough head on his shoulders to listen to me when I tell him off for being a nitwit about Paladin Danse. But there's one part of the discussion I had with him as he tried to argue his point that I want to hone in on. He states that the ethics Danse is trying to champion aren't even his own, that they were programmed into him. And to that I say, yeah, just like every other member of the Brotherhood of Steel. Well, I would say that if the game gave me the option. See, the Brotherhood, like just about every other religious, military, and social organization in existence, has a code of ethics that they live by. This code is drilled into every member from the time they are born or join up in some cases, meaning it is more or less programmed into them, just in a less technical way than Maxon is referring to here. None of us are born with ethics or morals of any kind. We learn what to do and how to act from other members of our group as we develop through childhood and into adolescence. Those morals and ethics can change over time as well, both for individuals and societies, and are always being updated based on what we find acceptable within the confines of our slice of the world. Maxon's biggest concern here is likely really that he doesn't know if there is some program inside Dan's that will switch on at some point, changing his ethics and making him an enemy of the Brotherhood. But that's true of literally any member of the group. People change their minds all the time, and we see individuals and groups even changing what they see as morally or ethically acceptable as often as week to week in some cases. So what's stopping any other member of the group from becoming a threat? There's no higher risk of Dance taking out the Pridwin than there is for the player character or anyone else doing it. And to answer the question I just raised in your mind, no, I haven't taken out the Brotherhood of Steel in this playthrough. I've also left the Railroad intact because I think it's just ludicrous that you're tasked with taking out all but one of the three main factions, and I refuse to take part in the idiocy that is Bethesda's writing department. But I digress. So the Railroad and Brotherhood are out of the running. Who does that leave? If you've been watching my channel for any period of time, you probably guessed ahead of time who I would be bringing to the party here. Preston Garvey and the Minutemen. The Minutemen want nothing more than to see the Commonwealth made whole. To have the fear and doubt the Institute has been sowing removed from the world, and to make tomorrow better than today. They're also the only group that I can lead while simultaneously making a positive impact through things like building and maintaining settlements, where wastelanders can find hope and improve the Commonwealth together. After a wild battle at the castle, where we probably lost a lot of good fighters as we held off the best punch the Institute could throw, I met up with Sturgis, who'd managed to find a back door into the Institute through the plans that we procured earlier, and we made our way into the Bastion of Science one last time. The journey consisted mostly of climbing through pipes and totally safe for human consumption water, and after a couple of hairy fights with ghouls and synths, I found myself pressing the button that would bring my Minutemen army to my side. As they came piling into the room, I found myself swelling with pride and... Oh, for God's sake, Garvey, are you kidding me?
I cleared out the ghouls that were giving that settlement trouble.
Glad to hear it, General. It's hard enough out here without people having to worry about ghouls in their backyard. Got another thing to talk to you about. Got a strange message from a robot. Said it was from some place called Grey Garden. I couldn't figure out exactly what it wanted, but, well, may as well check it out. You never know. Hey.
What's up?
What do you need, General?
Okay, so apparently there's a glitch with this mission that revolves around our buddy Preston and his obsession with sending us to random settlements. If you have any quests with him that you have cleared but not yet turned in, he'll completely forget what you're supposed to be doing and lock up. My first thought was, okay, I'll just reload a recent save and clear the quest before coming in. Now, when was my last save? Well, since the game auto-saves every time I go into a new area, those won't work, as they don't take me back out of the Institute. And my last hard save was 2 hours ago? Before I recovered the synth for Father, stabbed him in the back, saved the castle, and infiltrated this stupid stronghold? Shit. I tried console commands to advance the mission, but That didn't work either. So?
You know I'd only let you down. I say you don't know what you're doing. I wonder why you come around when you see this storm is brewing. Was it a lover, or was it a dream? Or was it something more than what it seemed? I'll just sit about here in between.
After making sure to clear my mission with Garvey, I teleported his ass back into the Institute and prayed as hard as I could that one of the Courser's shots would hit him square in the face as we fought our way through the underground facility. Of course, I couldn't get that lucky, but I did manage to finally get to the bedside of my dying son, Father Sean. It does seem rather convenient that he's dying right as we're storming his home, but then it also makes some sense. It's pretty obvious here that he found out he had some disease that even the Institute couldn't cure, and decided that his dying wish was to watch his father die as well by having us released from the cryo chamber. I say that because if he'd wanted to meet us, he could have sent his lapdog Kellogg, or perhaps someone a little less antagonistic, to greet us and bring us straight to the Institute. I mean, why would he risk us dying in the wasteland if he really wanted to reconnect? And why wait all that time to do it? He could have sent for us at any point after he became the head of the Institute, but he waited until he was nearly on his deathbed to do it. One thing we can do here is convince him to show some semblance of mercy for once in his life and provide us with the code to shut down the remaining synth guards and issue the evacuation order. This isn't much, but it does help us complete our mission and get out of there while sparing as many lives as possible. On the way out the door, however, we find Father Sean's last little twist in the form of a synth version of 10-year-old him. The child has been reprogrammed to not only not know it's a synth, but to also recognize us as its parent, and that's just so messed up. Ethically speaking, if we see the synth child as sentient and value sentient life, then we have to take him with us. He's likely just the result of some really advanced programming, but we don't really have the time or means to figure out how much of him is programming versus how much is genuine. So I choose to send him off to the castle to await my return before heading up to the top of the tallest tower in Boston to finish the mission. Thankfully, Preston didn't waste my time with another call for help from a nearby settlement as he explained how the detonator worked. And with the flip of a switch and an explosion that probably killed or at least shocked some unwary citizens in the Commonwealth, the main story comes to an end. Obviously, it's kind of a sad ending, as we weren't really able to save Sean. But it also starts us on a new path to build a life in this world we now call home. Even without the Institute, there's still plenty of threats out there, and next week we'll be meeting the first of those in the form of a villain known as the Mechanist. Their robots have been harassing the wasteland, and we've already run into a few groups of them as we fought our way around. But the real monster lies in the details that we'll be unearthing as we work alongside a quirky bot named Ada to save the Commonwealth yet again. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're breaking into the lair of the Mechanist in the Fallout 4 Automatron DLC, and finding out there is much more to worry about than just a villain in a suit. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. The Automatron DLC for Fallout 4 released on March 22, 2016 as the first official DLC for the game. It adds the ability to build and alter robots within the game. But the part we're going to really focus on today is the story revolving around these robots. And that story, at least for me, starts with an explosion and a massive battle. While wandering the wasteland in search of a side quest, I noticed the obvious sign of a mini-nuke being fired in the distance, and made my way over to see what kind of trouble I could get into. As it turns out, the explosion wasn't from a shoulder-fired nuclear bomb, so much as it was a nuclear-powered robot meeting its maker. There were several robots, all engaged in battle, but they seemed to be rather focused on one bot in particular. Assuming my assistance was needed, I bravely fought through the horde of metal to save the day and rescue Ada, the apparent target of the horde. It turned out that she and her caravan were attacked by this group of robots, all claiming to be representing someone called the Mechanist, and she was the last survivor. Pretty quickly, we can figure out that Ada isn't a normal robot though. She has a personality, and even shows signs of trauma and regret as she blames herself for her friends being killed. She isn't sure why they were being attacked, but she feels like she could have done something to either push the group to leave the Commonwealth or to better defend what she considered her family. But she won't lay down and just accept defeat, vowing to find and confront the Mechanist if it's the last thing she does. And of course, we're going to be by her side when she does it. How could I pass up a chance to take down a supervillain? The only thing we know about the Mechanist is that they have been flooding the wasteland with robots that espouse a desire to bring peace and justice to the residents of the Commonwealth. Obviously, this pronouncement is a lie if their bots are going around killing people, and it's up to us to stop them and bring real peace and justice in the name of the Minutemen. And that journey starts at the General Atomics factory, a small building in the heart of the Commonwealth, where General Atomics built and tested robots back before the war. As we search the building for the target robot, we can uncover a few small details. For instance, General Atomics had apparently released a new Miss Nanny bot not too long before the bombs dropped. And while they take customer service seriously, they don't want people to bring their old, defective bots to the factory to be replaced. This is more or less on par with most of the company warranties I've come into contact with in my life, so I'll allow it. We also discover that the person in charge of the factory, a Mr. Kincaid, sadly not that Mr. Kincaid, found himself regretting his life choices when the dream job he'd been working toward turned out to be less of a dream and more of a babysitting gig. Which, when you think about it, is appropriate, as he can get some first-hand experience in the Miss Nanny role. His job is to literally sit there all day and just make sure the robots, which make up basically the entirety of the staff, save the receptionist, don't break down. To be fair, Mr. Kincaid seems like kind of a dick. As in the one entry he left us, he rants about how he's tired of being told to retire and spend time with his family. I've actually worked with people like that before. The kind of person that's married to their job, and they are never any fun to be around. They're the kind of people that make Ebenezer Scrooge look nice. Brute forcing my way into a locked room in the back of the factory, I'm able to take out the bots that we came here to find and recover a special chip that Ada will need to analyze. Technically, we could just head back and meet up with her now, but there's just one tiny thing I need to do first. See, there's a quality assurance lab here in the factory, and it would be a shame to leave without making sure that we can pass the General Atomics Miss Nanny QA course. After punishing an imaginary child by turning off their favorite radio program, handing an empty bottle to a baby, and cleaning out a room of the choking hazards strewn about the floor, I take my backup fusion core and head back to the castle in search of Ada. As a certified Miss Nanny, I am now qualified to ignore Sean as I show my new companion bot what I found before installing the device in her and heading out in search of another MacGuffin. This is also the point where we're introduced to RoboBrains, a pre-war experiment brought to us by none other than General Atomics themselves. Now, toss aside the fact that RoboBrain is about the dumbest name they could have come up with, and we've definitely got something of interest going on. They were installing human brains in robotic chassis. But where were the brains coming from? Before we can answer that completely, we've got to grab a couple more things for Ada, so she can pinpoint the Mechanist's lair. The first is another tracking beacon off the body of a random RoboBrain out in the wasteland. And the second is the final piece of hardware to complete the radio tracking device from a group that calls themselves the Rust Devils. The Rust Devils are a group of raiders that like to wear the skin of robots. Okay, well, they like to reprogram bots and occasionally use their parts for various tools and armor. But it sounds cooler to say that they're wearing the robot's skin. They're holed up in the Fort Hagen satellite array, because of course they'd be near Fort Hagen. And after fighting our way inside, it's a simple matter of relentlessly firing ice pellets at them until they all submit as we make our way to the final RoboBrain. After destroying the world's most annoying announcement robot, we discover from a nearby terminal that the Rust Devils were also on the trail of the Mechanist, as someone named Ivy, who I presume was their leader, was instructing the group to get answers from one of the brains they'd captured. Said brain, named Jezebel, can be found hooked up to another console nearby. And though it isn't thrilled to see us, we are apparently preferable to the Rust Devils, and after a brief fight with yet another massive robot, we take Jezebel and head for the hills. Jezebel is probably one of the most annoying characters in the game.
Got a strange message from a robot. Said it was from some place called Grey Garden. I couldn't figure out exactly what it wanted, but, well, may as well check it out.
Well, the second most annoying. And they make a point of calling us stupid, while also begging for help as they are unable to do anything for themselves, being nothing more than a brain in a jar at the moment and all. We have to promise to get them out of the Rust Devils facility and provide a new body before they'll help us, and we don't really have much of a choice here. Prioritizing the mission, we hoof it out of the facility, meeting Ivy on the way out and showing her why her life choices to this point have all been horrible. We do get kind of a cool Tesla rifle out of the deal, but otherwise there isn't much of note. Getting back to Ada, we learn a little more about this whole RoboBrain concept as she explains that General Atomics developed the system to use the brain as a control unit and data storage unit because it was more efficient than using standard circuits. But is that really the case? While the human brain is often compared to a computer, it isn't even close to being as good as computer hardware when it comes to data storage and speed. The one thing it's actually lauded for, though, is being incredibly energy efficient, which would be the one redeeming quality that it would have in this situation. They would, presumably, be looking for a way to maximize operating efficiency, and using a human brain for some tasks could be worthwhile. Though, given that they have the tech for things like Mr. Handy and Miss Nanny, I can't imagine it would make a whole lot of sense to introduce something as fallible as the human brain into the equation. After giving Jezebel the body they deserve, we're given a little more info on the location of the Mechanist facility and the plans for a device that will help us get through the security system. We also learn that the Mechanist robots are convinced that they are helping the people of the Commonwealth, which is apparently their prime directive, by killing them off. Logically, this makes perfect sense. See, people in general kind of cause a lot of their own problems. And those problems they don't bring on themselves are often the result of things outside of their control. If you want to help them out, to minimize the problems they face, the most efficient way to do that would be to wipe them out. If a person doesn't exist, they don't have any problems to face. This, of course, is ludicrous when you really drill down and think about it, as while killing people does technically help them, it isn't really the best thing for them in the long run. As a general rule, most of us have a will to live, despite our problems, and we wouldn't be too keen on just accepting the help these robots are offering. But that also raises kind of an interesting question. Would there be a logical command that we could give a robot that would have it protecting human life instead of destroying it? Many books, movies, and TV shows have approached the concept of robots or artificial intelligence taking the protect humans order to an extreme like this. Something like Tony Stark's Ultron or even HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey took measures to fulfill their orders that most of us humans wouldn't have even entertained. Ultron takes Tony's vision of peace in our time and decides the best way to accomplish that is to just destroy humanity to bring about peace, while HAL 9000 decides the best way to not lie to the crew while also keeping the truth of their mission a secret is to kill them off. Now, there is a way around this logical loophole if you program the bots to follow something like Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, which consist of 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Those laws, if followed by the Mechanist robots, would actually go a long way toward helping them achieve what we assume was their intended mission. The problem they have with the original programming is that it's too easy to take literally. There needs to be some context added, or at a minimum, some kind of restriction placed, because even the most straightforward instructions can have logical loopholes. For instance, if their directive said to help humans in the best possible way while ensuring they stay alive, the robots could decide the best way to do that would be to capture them and lock them in some kind of prison where they couldn't hurt each other or be hurt by others. You could add a clause that they need to be allowed to live free, but then there's the problem of which humans to help, as they would likely see groups like raiders doing harm, and then the decision would have to be made on how to handle that situation. The biggest problem is that the command they are given is too broad. It needs to be narrowed down, and the robots need to be programmed to enforce laws that protect the innocent from harm while allowing justice to be doled out to those who are doing harm. If, instead of just saying, help the people of the Commonwealth, the Mechanist had listed specific actions to take in specific circumstances, there would likely be less bloodshed, and we wouldn't even be tracking them down. And getting back to that mission, we wind up making our way to a Robco Sales and Service Center on the east side of Boston to hunt for the Mechanist lair. At first glance, this facility appears to be a pretty standard PC sales and repair shop, with model computer terminals sitting on the shelves and a service center desk near the back. But hacking into the main terminal and checking out the announcements section reveals there might be something more going on. The note says that employees aren't to tamper with shipments labeled RB-2851, and that doing so, even accidentally, will result in a termination and a conversation with the friends downstairs. A little odd on the surface, but maybe they just have a really stringent loss prevention program. There's a few fun service logs to check out, but the real interesting thing is a node in the basement that Ada can scan to open one of the coolest doors in the Commonwealth. This door leads us to the beginning of the Mechanist lair, and we start to get some idea of what this secret bunker is as we move through the area. For starters, the facility is under something called an Epsilon 6 security alert, and all systems are locked down. We can assume this means it's going to be a bit more difficult to make our way deeper into the bunker. One of the terminals in the entry section gives us the protocol for visitors and gives us the first mention of a General Rawlings that will be more relevant later. We also learn that the Epsilon 6 security protocol is triggered in the event of a mass uprising of the robot janitorial staff, and just wow. If you have to build an entire security protocol around the possibility of your robot staff rising up and rebelling, is it even worth having them? I mean, sure, maybe the risk was low, but it obviously wasn't zero, especially if this current alert is to be believed. Though I do have my doubts about that. It's more likely this alert has been in place since the bombs fell, but we'll have to learn more about it as we go. Before we get any further, we're confronted by an iBot bearing the voice of the Mechanist. It's calling us the Scourge of the Commonwealth, but it doesn't get a lot of time to say much more as I have an itchy trigger finger. Moving further in, we can find a terminal that details what are listed as maintenance issues, though it appears there is much more to these than a simple facility problem. This would seem to be the facility where General Atomics, in conjunction with Robco and the military, were working on developing the robo-brains we've come to know and love. But the process wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, as we find out they had some trouble getting the brains to last very long in the robot bodies. And they seem to be struggling with commands. One of the entries details how the robo-brains would misinterpret and rewrite commands that they were given, aiming for efficiency and resulting in some minor property damage and some civilian casualties. That seems pretty par for the course when it comes to companies in the Fallout universe, though we would usually expect this sort of thing from someone like Vault-Tec, so it's kind of refreshing to see it someplace new. Taking out a few more robots and having another interaction with a Mechanist voiced iBot, we continue our trip into the belly of the beast, uncovering a little more about the people that worked in the facility as we go. For instance, there was a guy that set up a cigarette vending machine down in Power Substation A, which is kind of genius in a way as it lets him double dip and make more than just his salary. Of course, that didn't go as planned, as another guy, one of their rubes in Substation B, decided he was going to extort the guy in Substation A for a cut of the profits. To get around this, A decided to bribe General Rawlings with a few free cartons of cigarettes, getting himself official approval to have the machine, and thwarting B's racketeering ring before it even began. Nothing like a little workplace drama to keep it interesting as we move through the brain harvesting facility. And speaking of harvesting brains, we come to a terminal that really amps things up through the personal logs of one Master Sergeant Broderick. It turns out the subjects having their brains removed are being sent to the facility from civilian prisons. Now, as crazy as this whole situation sounds, it isn't as out there as you might think. There is a long history in our real world of governments and organizations experimenting on prisoners and other incarcerated individuals without their consent. One of the most famous instances of this happening involves a top-secret CIA operation known as MK Ultra. MK Ultra was an attempt by the United States government to find a way to control the minds of unwilling participants through the use of things like hypnosis, electroshock therapy, sensory deprivation, and the use of drugs, with LSD being one of the most well-known. The program itself ran from about 1953 until 1964, and included some famous names on the list of participants, like future mob boss Whitey Bulger, author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Ken Kesey, and poet Allen Ginsberg, among others. The whole thing was one big masterclass on how not to run a scientific experiment, and in the end, the results were nothing special, a truth we can find in the Fallout version of things as well. Master Sergeant Broderick's entries are only a small part of the tale though, and he didn't last long at the facility when he started calling out the experiment as being wrong. The last entry in the terminal is from a Master Sergeant Esteban, and it tells us that Broderick was reassigned while also parroting the idea that the experiments are not only necessary for national security, an idea MK Ultra espoused, but also that there's nothing wrong with them because the victims are prisoners who deserve what they get. We've already discussed ethical principles in scientific experiments and why they're important, so we won't get too into the weeds about that. But I will say that those standards apply to every test subject regardless of their background. Especially in a system where people are routinely locked up for minor crimes, or even when they didn't commit a crime at all. How many of the prisoners being experimented on here pled guilty and went to jail when they were innocent because they thought they had no other choice, or were coerced into a guilty plea? But the conversation about the American justice system will have to wait for another day, as we've got more to uncover here in this experiment. We can find a terminal at one end of the cell block where the prisoners were being kept that details what a few of the inmates were there for. The crimes ranged from horrific things like being a serial killer to what are really lesser crimes like manslaughter, though, as we discussed, the crime doesn't really matter much here. There's also a terminal that details some of the conversations that were had with the individuals after their brains had been removed and transplanted, and some of them are really messed up. Some of the brains here were wiped clean and had no sense of who they were, while others were aware of their situation in some truly awful ways. They would basically wake up and wonder why they couldn't see anything or feel their bodies. Imagine going in for what you thought was just a routine kind of procedure, only to then wake up and be in what amounts to a living hell, where you no longer had a body but were still conscious of the world around you. That would be horrible to live through, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, no matter what they'd done. The victims' bodies were incinerated, and the brains that didn't fit a specific criteria were disposed of in the same manner. As if the ethical issues couldn't get any worse, the scientists, and I use that term loosely, started drinking the mixture meant for the brains in an alcoholic concoction they called the Extractor Sunrise, and even went so far as to use one of the brains to play a prank on one of their colleagues by telling him it was a cake. He only discovered the truth when biting into it, and when you've started ingesting the chemicals and subjects of your experiment, it might be time to take a step back and admit you're no longer doing good scientific work. Some of the scientists actually questioned the experiments, as we see in one of the terminal entries that people were starting to actively discuss if what they were doing was right. But it wasn't enough to get the project shut down. And that brings us to the final confrontation with the Mechanist, because this whole thing started when they decided to use the robo-brains in their ill-fated attempt to help the wasteland, and we need to deal with that issue if we ever want things to get back to some semblance of normal. When we finally meet them face to face, they unleash as much firepower as they can on us in an attempt to end what they see as our reign of terror. That doesn't really go well for them, as we're indestructible, and after a couple of rounds of robots, the whole system crashes like it's running Windows XP. Agreeing to talk to us, the Mechanist comes down and removes their mask, revealing they are a woman named Isabel Cruz. Isabel was trying to help the Commonwealth, using the robo-brains and other robots to carry out that specific task. And things just got out of hand. In the end, we have a decision to make. We can either let her live or kill her as payback for the horrors her robots have brought to the Commonwealth. As her intentions were good, I couldn't bring myself to bring any more bloodshed to the story. Enough lives had already been lost, with Ada's friends being counted among that number, and while retribution can sometimes bring a temporary good feeling, it isn't always the best move. Accepting her apology and knowing she plans to do everything in her power to do better moving forward, I left the Mechanist Slayer with my head held high. Though, after all of that, I could use a vacation. I think I heard an advertisement on the radio for some new theme park just west of Boston. Perhaps we'll take a road trip next week and check it out. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're packing the family up in the car and heading to the west side of Boston for a vacation to Fallout 4's Nuka World. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. As crazy as it sounds, it's sometimes easy to forget or overlook the amount of stress the sole survivor in this series has been through. He was frozen for over 200 years and had to deal with a plethora of problems in the wasteland, ranging from super mutants to raiders and...
word from a settlement asking for help. There's still hope in there are Minutemen out there. The only chance to start rebuilding the Minutemen is to show people that they can count on us when they need us.
That's not even getting into taking down the Institute and dealing with the crap the Railroad and the Brotherhood of Steel have thrown our way. After all of that, it would be nice if there was just some place that we could go to relax. Thankfully, a random advertisement on our Pip-Boy radio has the solution to our woes.
What if there was a place with all the zip of Nuka-Cola, quench your thirst for adventure and Nuka World?
Hiya, kids. Remember, Nuka World is only open for a few more weeks in October. Come down and see me and Kathy one last time before buckling down for the winter. Don't forget to bring your empty bottle of Nuka-Cola to get $15 off at the gate. So hop aboard the Nuka Express and come and see the whole Nuka family while you still can.
The Nuka Express is accessible through the Nuka World Transit Center. Parking fees will apply. Price is subject to change due to end of season.
That's right. There's a theme park just outside of Boston where we can go and spend a day or two relaxing. Unfortunately, we weren't the only ones to hear the broadcast, and by the time we show up to the transit station, there's already a crowd of people waiting to get in. No worries though, our handy-dandy cryolator is here to help us shorten the line. After clearing the area, we make our way inside the station and meet a man named Harvey, who claims that Nuka World is full of raiders that are holding his family hostage. We'll find out shortly that his story is more or less a ruse meant to lure travelers to Nuka World, where they can be used and abused by a group of raiders that have the place locked down. But all I can think is, why is he even here? The advertisement on the radio was enough to bring me and several others to the station, with the express intent of making our way to the park. So why bother having this whole intricate setup? They could have done this in so many other ways, including having some kind of friendly ambassadors that would make people think they were going to a real park that had been fixed up. Or maybe just putting up signs that would lead people in the right direction. Putting Harvey out there just seems so odd. And he doesn't really work out for them in this situation, as he isn't a true raider at heart, and he winds up telling us the truth when we offer him a stim pack because he feels bad for lying to people. Not that his lie made a whole lot of sense, as he made it seem like there would be some kind of massive battle to get his family back. Why would anyone in their right mind want to help him unless they had a group of their own friends to take on the threat that they are now aware of? And if you're going to lie to people to try and get them to go somewhere, it's usually best to make the location sound peaceful and nice, not super hostile. So it's pretty clear at this point that these raiders are a group of idiots. But they've piqued my interest, and now I want to head to the park even more. After grabbing some souvenirs, we start up the monorail and make our way to the park itself. The ride is pretty cool, providing us with our first views of the park as we roll along, and it introduces us to someone who will wind up being pivotal to the next stage of the journey. After getting the basic announcements out of the way, the voice of a man named Gage comes over the radio to welcome us to what is likely to be certain death. He seems to be aware of what Harvey told us, or maybe he's just reading off our pre-planned script, as it was always pretty obvious that we were heading into trouble. But he also says that he has an interesting offer for us if we can make it through whatever is coming next. And that turns out to be something called the Gauntlet. The Raiders have set up their own version of a theme park, meant for weary travelers to test their skills and likely die. But that isn't going to work on us. This trap-filled maze is kind of cool and offers the chance to pick up some great loot while also taking back some control by going agonizingly slow through it.
Jesus, who's torturing who? Pick up the pace, Vic!
The announcer will get really mad at you if you take your time, trying to hurry you along and force mistakes. And it made me laugh every time he derided me for being slow.
Come on, Vic, while we're young here.
Coming to the end of the maze, we wind up in a building called the Cola Cars Arena, and it turns out this whole thing was more or less just a ruse to bring in victims for their leader, a man named Coulter. Coulter is a very special kind of stupid, as he thinks the best way to show off his strength is to put himself in a suit that makes him basically invincible and kill off unsuspecting wastelanders who found themselves outmatched. If he would have spent half the time building loyalty as he did coming up with this whole gauntlet thing, he might have stayed in charge a little longer. But he apparently was more interested in being in charge than actually leading anyone, and Gage, the voice from the tram, shows up once more via a speaker in the pre-fight locker room to point us in the direction of a Nuka World squirt gun that's going to be our best weapon against the Raider leader. It turns out Coulter's suit can withstand the power of a mini-nuke, but is powerless against a little spray of water. Even with that little bit of help, the battle is still a little difficult, and it takes a few blasts of water and smacks from the cryolator to take him down for good. His body hasn't even finished hitting the ground when we hear the announcement from Gage that our defeat of the Overboss officially hands that title to us, and holy shit! Their way of picking a new leader revolves around a fixed fight, where Coulter is supposed to win easily, but where a single point of failure, either a malfunction in his suit or the betrayal of one guy, could mean that anyone could get the job? How did these guys manage to take over a whole park? Well, it turns out they didn't. See, at some point in the past, Coulter wound up wrangling 3 groups of raiders together and storming what was a peaceful trading post in the main entry zone for Nuka World. He made all kinds of promises and seemed charismatic enough, but over time the groups grew frustrated with him as he kind of stalled out. Apparently, they were waiting on him to lead them into the other sections of the park, but he decided that just hanging out at the top of Fizztop Mountain was good enough. Over time, a plot to get rid of Coulter arose, because the groups apparently liked the idea of being ruled over, but none of them wanted to run the show. The leaders of each of the groups conspired with Gage to pick a new overboss, and we just so happened to fit the mold they were looking for. But I don't like being used. I could go in guns blazing, they are raiders after all, but in this one instance, we'll hear out the plan before making any pronouncements. Meeting Gage in Coulter's old house, we learn that he is one of those people that wants all the power of being a leader without the burden of the job. He likes to hang out behind the scenes, acting as a sycophant to whoever seems to be in charge so he can reap the rewards. As if he's trying to get on my bad side, though, he also starts talking shit about the Minutemen, calling them has-beens, and questioning why I would ever decide to run with a group like them. Excuse me? Do you even know what kind of group you're in charge of? At least the Minutemen do good in the Commonwealth under my leadership. What good have these has-been raiders done? They couldn't even capture a measly theme park over the year they've been sitting on their asses because their supposed overboss wasn't willing to do the work for them. It was at that moment that I made up my mind about how this was going to go down. For starters, I needed to flex my muscles a bit and show each of the raider groups what they could expect out of me. I introduced myself to the operators first, probably the only group in the park I could even consider keeping around, as they're mainly just after the money and don't really care about where it comes from so long as it keeps flowing. In theory, if we could get the park up and running, they would probably be content to sit back and just take a cut of the profits. Their leader, Mags, even seems to be on board with an idea in line with that, as she tells us that they only joined up with Coulter's plan because they wanted to restore Nuka World to its intended purpose of taking money from people. Next up, we head over and visit with the Pack, a simplistic group of morons that sees the whole world as their playground and takes the idea of might makes right way too seriously. These guys, run by a man named Mason, would likely have been furries in the time before the bombs dropped, as they see themselves almost as a pack of wolves. I could honestly imagine Mason cosplaying as a puppy on the weekends, and the group in general just doesn't really have any redeeming qualities. I might not be quite so annoyed with them if they would have shut the loud dogfight down when the new overboss walked in, as I couldn't even hear myself think over the noise.
The Pack? Fitting. You smell like it.
Never heard that one before.
But even the Pack isn't so bad compared to the final group of misfits. The disciples don't really care about money and aren't really into anything other than cold-blooded murder. They want to kill anyone and everyone they can, and the messier the better. They're the stereotypical pack of raiders that we might see in the wasteland, though with a little more hubris than most. And they're the final nail in the coffin for the groups in my eyes. I didn't come to Nuka World to babysit, and I definitely didn't come to do a bunch of work that would only benefit everyone else while I get nothing worth my time in return. As I've been gallivanting around the wasteland, saving people and hunting things, this group of idiots, led by an even bigger idiot, has been hanging out and hurting people. They took over what was a perfectly good trading post and made it into a nightmare, and they need to go. Now, the counter-argument to this might be that the world has gone to shit and the raider way of life is the only real way of doing things now. So many groups have tried and failed to rebuild society in the past 200 years, and there isn't much point in it now because there will always be groups of raiders and other threats that could come along and tear it all down. But that way of thinking is just so defeatist. Just giving up and going along because, well, this is just the way things are, is no way of doing things in my eyes. If everyone thought that way, we'd never see any cures for diseases or improvements to the quality of life in the world that we live in. And I get it. Sometimes the difficulty of overcoming the obstacles we face seems impossible. When every news headline is doom and gloom, when it feels like the world is crumbling around us, it can be hard to see the point in doing anything other than giving in to the way that things are. But when the world seems lost, we need people who can push through the darkness and refuse to let the state of things make them numb to the suffering all around. Gage's admission when we talked to him in the Overboss's palace says it all, as he's more or less given up on doing any good, choosing instead to get what he sees as what the world owes him. He figures everyone else is doomed anyway, so they can either be a raider or be a victim. But those aren't the only options. The raiders could choose to be a force of good in the world. They could have come into Nuka World and helped the traders while also clearing out the park and making it into a place where other weary travelers could stay in safety. Instead, they chose to actively make it worse. And when you say the world is doomed, and then you help to make that a self-fulfilling prophecy by harming others and taking what you want by force, you are defeating your own argument. Gage is arguing that the only way of doing things is survival of the fittest, while he is on top, holding the gun, that is. I would venture a guess that he wouldn't feel the same way if he was on the wrong end of that gun. And that's not even mentioning the fact that the raiders are basically arguing for anarchy while simultaneously living in a hierarchical structure where each group has a leader, and they all look to the overboss to keep them in line. It's even kind of a democratic system, as they all agreed that it was time for a new overboss when Coulter wasn't living up to their expectations, and then agreed to follow the new guy that showed up and killed Coulter. But what about these traders that I mentioned a couple of times now? When Coulter and the gangs showed up in Nuka World, there was a decent trading hub that they wound up taking over. They put these collars on the necks of the traders and are forcing everyone to work for them, meaning they're slave owners at this point and giving us yet another reason to want these clowns gone. Visiting the little hub the traders all seem to be living in, we can meet several of the vendors, including a woman named Mackenzie, who has an interesting proposition for us. See, she's more than happy to have an overboss running things, but she isn't thrilled to be trapped in her role with the raiders. Choosing her words very carefully, she suggests that if we aren't happy with the state of Nuka World, we should take it upon ourselves to do things differently, starting by wiping out the raider gangs. And of course I'm going to wipe them out. These gangs are a blight on the wasteland, and their ideology goes against everything we stand for. After spending weeks rebuilding the Minutemen, getting rid of the Institute, stopping the robots of the Mechanist, and saving random wastelanders from a plethora of threats, it would be absolutely stupid to throw that all away and go in with the raiders. See, even if we didn't completely disagree with how they do things, the eventual course of the story here takes us to not only giving parts of the park away to the gangs, but also to establishing a presence in the Commonwealth with our new group of friends. We would be tearing down everything we worked for to this point for what? A few caps? I'm not playing that game. And just real quick, this is probably the weakest part of the Nuka World DLC in my mind. There are only two options here, to work with or against the raider gangs. Wiping them out here is the obvious choice for the way that we've been handling things, though depending on your goals, you might want to side with them. But wiping them out also kind of puts a damper on the intended story, as there is no other group to claim the parks for. A competent game developer would have given us the option to put our favorite Commonwealth group in charge of the parks. Imagine for just a second that you could assign a park to the Minutemen as a stronghold in the area, or to the Brotherhood of Steel as a defense for the trading post. Maybe one of them would be a good spot for the railroad to call home or to hide synths. Or even for the Institute to establish a base above ground under the sole survivor's leadership. The possibilities here were endless, and we're left with the choice of siding with the raiders to destroy things or killing them all. Thankfully, the raiders aren't really needed for what we're going to do next. See, wiping them all out frees up the park a bit, and it gives us the chance to roam around without needing to please anyone else. Instead of needing to figure out who should be in charge of what, we kind of just own it all. After a little work, that is. Yes, even while on vacation, we find ourselves getting knee-deep in trouble. Outside of Nuka Town, the main entrance to the park, there are 4 other park areas to explore and a ton of locations to check out. The first of these, and one of my personal favorites, is the Galactic Zone. This section of the park leans into the futuristic space theme that was super popular in the 1950s in the United States, and winds up being a lot of fun to explore, despite the tedious nature of some of the collections involved. As we check it out, we'll find ourselves visiting attractions like Vault-Tec Among the Stars, an exhibit best explored when we talk about Vault-Tec in a couple of weeks. There's also things like the Nuka Galaxy, the space-themed roller coaster that takes us through some really fun space battles in search of the main goal of the area, Star Cores. Star Cores are the heart of the mainframe found in Star Control at the center of the park. This system was implemented as a way to control the bots that make up a vast majority of the park staff, and it wasn't exactly great even before the bombs fell. We can find several terminal entries detailing the perceived risk to guests in the Galactic Zone from the robots that were having trouble functioning properly in the Star Control network. You might expect that this issue could result in a few minor injuries in the worst-case scenario, but it's actually much worse than that because every robot in the park is equipped with a defensive system in case of emergencies. This is yet another example of an over-the-top company making all of the wrong choices. While it makes sense to have some security guards, having everything from vending machines to robot janitors and mascots armed to the teeth is just insane. All it takes is for one of those machines to malfunction or be hacked, and you have a massive mess on your hands. The Star Control system is also causing a lot of stress to the human maintenance team as we find out that they were overworked and feeling like management was completely ignoring the problems in the park. This is actually way too realistic, as anyone who's ever worked at a lower-level job at just about any company can tell you. But the same entries that detail the problems also give us the first mention of something that will become a main focus as we go: Project Cobalt. This top-secret project takes a ton of resources from all the parks and seems to be a major point of discussion among the staff. No one quite knows what it is or how their individual parks are involved, but they do know that it drains their budgets and is putting the overall park at some kind of risk. But to unravel that mystery, we have to rewind a bit and go back to when we first entered the park and ran into a lovely woman by the name of Sierra. Sierra is a Nuka World fanatic who spent her life collecting everything even remotely tied to the Nuka-Cola brand. She apparently has a Nuka-Cola museum in the Capital Wasteland, and I've got to give her props for her dedication to something so simple, while everyone else is fighting just to survive day to day. She has come to Nuka World to collect more merch for her museum, but also to participate in the Hidden Cappy contest that the park started just before the war. You could apparently wear a special pair of Cappy glasses that would reveal otherwise invisible paintings on various walls around the park, with each of those hidden Cappies revealing a letter that would spell out a secret word. Once you had the secret phrase, you could punch it into a keypad and meet the inventor of Nuka-Cola, John Caleb Bradburton. Sierra wants to find the hidden cappies so that she can get into Mr. Bradburton's office and find the original Nuka-Cola formula, as that would be the crown jewel in her collection. And she enlists our help in the search. Catching back up to the present, we leave the Galactic Zone and head over to the next point of interest, Dry Rock Gulch. This area of the park is overrun with bloodworms, and in addition to clearing them out, we're given the task of helping some of the town's residents by a robot named Sheriff Hawk. No relation. Most of this area is pretty straightforward, as we recover an escaped horse, serve a refreshing Nuka-Cola to one or two patrons, and have a duel in the street with One-Eyed Ike. It might have actually been my favorite park if not for the constant barrage of bugs and bloodworms. Seriously, every time I turned around there was some giant insect or worm coming at me, and it was actually really annoying. We also learned that the saloon was kind of a problem for Nuka World, as people would come in and get sloppy drunk on a consistent basis. Apparently, the staff weren't allowed to cut people off, and they didn't even have any food on the menu to help absorb the Nuka-Cola dark that people were imbibing by the bucketful. The fact that people were coming here, presumably with their families, and getting wasted is just nuts to me. I've never been a big drinker, as I don't really see the appeal in it, but why on earth are you going to a theme park and getting drunk? What must be wrong in your life or mind to think that that is even remotely okay? But that's not even the worst part, as one of the terminal entries in the saloon mentions how they are short-staffed, and suggesting that, while they legally need people over 18 since they serve alcohol, they could use a staffer named Jenny from another area because, and I quote, "She looks like she could pass for 18 easy." Maybe the world of Fallout is more lax with these kind of rules, but in the real world, that kind of thinking is exactly how you wind up losing your liquor license and the business that comes along with it. After helping the requisite number of people, we're granted the key to Mad Mulligan's mine, where we can finally clear out the last of the bloodworm infestation and get this park into shape. From the Wild West, we make our way to the jungle of the Safari Adventure Park and one of my favorite characters in the game. As we walk into the park, we find a fight going on between a man named Cedo and a bastardization of a Deathclaw known as a Gatorclaw. After helping Cedo out, he offers to take us back to his home and show us something that he says will help with what is apparently a monster problem in the park. It turns out he has a recording from a man named Dr. McDermott, a scientist who is apparently working on some kind of project in the park involving the gator claws that are now running rampant. There's apparently a cloning facility in the park that was being used pre-war to clone the animals. Cedo thinks the machine itself is in what he calls the Big Triangle House, near the entrance to the park, though we don't have access to the facility just yet, as we need to find a passkey. In the process of searching for that, we uncover more mentions of Project Cobalt on a terminal in one of the maintenance areas, with a man named Ross talking about it in regard to a couple of his co-workers acting shady. Ross is able to get a little information out of one of them, Frumke, revealing the project is some kind of collaboration between the military and Nuka World, though the details are sparse. Ross apparently couldn't leave well enough alone, and the final entry we find comes from Frumke as he mentions Ross has disappeared after going to Bradburton about Project Cobalt. Getting back to the main focus of the animal park, we head to the Triangle Building, which winds up actually being a visitor center, and discover that just prior to the bombs being dropped, the park had been dealing with an animal rights group calling themselves Animal Friends and Defenders, or AFAD for short. AFAD apparently kidnapped one of the park scientists, Dr. Hine, and were holding him for ransom on the build site of the park's upcoming roller coaster ride. As it so happens, Dr. Hine is in possession of the key that we need to access the cloning facility. So, after a quick jaunt over to the Angry Anaconda to recover that, we're finally able to access and shut down the cloning machine. Dr. McDermott had been using it in an attempt to create a variation of gator claws to protect the park from the raiders following the bombs. He was never able to get the monsters to follow his orders, though, and had to abandon the project when one of them injured him to the point where he was more or less on death's doorstep by the time he found Cedo. With the machine shut down, and Cedo and his family safe once more, we turn our attention to the sad story of the Kitty Kingdom. Unlike the other parks that were controlled by mindless robots and clones of monsters, the Kitty Kingdom is protected by a magician known as Oswald the Outrageous. Oswald is the last survivor from the original performers that called the park home. They'd holed up in the fantasy land for years, with each of them becoming ghouls as time marched on. But Oswald didn't just become a normal ghoul like the rest of them. He became a glowing one, while still maintaining his mental acuity. One by one, his friends all lost their minds, until only he and his beloved Rachel remained. Wanting to protect and cure their friends, and seeing no other options, Rachel set out into the wasteland in search of some kind of help, while Oswald remained behind to keep their home safe and await her return. After fighting our way through the park, we meet Oswald atop the castle and have the chance to convince him to go after her. He doesn't want to believe that his friends are lost for good, but in the end, I was able to convince him that they weren't able to be saved, and he agreed to go look for Rachel. But that's not the end of the story. See, there's a little town just northeast of Nuka World called Bradburton, named for the inventor of the park's namesake drink. There's a few bits and bobs to discover in the town, but by far the most important thing for our story is the body of a ghoul dressed in Nuka World gear laying in one of the houses. This is Rachel. It turns out that though she was able to explore some of the world in her search for a cure, she wasn't able to make it back to Oswald as she realized her condition was getting worse. She was turning feral and couldn't bear to let herself lose her mental faculties like that. After recording a goodbye tape, encouraging Oswald to head out into the world, she ended her life on her terms. I discovered her body after I'd already spoken to Oswald, so I've got no way to know if he ever learned what happened to her. But this might be the saddest tale in the DLC. But it isn't the final one, as we still need to return to Sierra with the clues that we've managed to gather as we cleared the parks. It only takes her a couple of seconds to put the puzzle together, revealing the password that we need is refreshing. Not the most creative secret code, but I guess it is what it is. Snooping around the office, we learned that Project Cobalt was a top-secret project where Nuka-Cola was assisting the military in the development of a new type of weapon using a chemical element known as strontium-90. But Bradburton wasn't overly enthusiastic about the partnership, at least not until he was able to secure something for himself. See, he'd managed to find out about another project called Leap X, where the military was working to combine organic matter with machine to allow someone to basically live forever in some form. At first blush, this sounds a little like the experiments that we uncovered in the lair of the Mechanist, with the brains in jars. But as we'll find out, there are some key differences. Taking a secret elevator, hidden behind a bookshelf in the office, we find ourselves walking into a vault and coming face to face with the inventor of Nuka-Cola himself. Well, at least a piece of him. It turns out the Leap X project wasn't quite what Mr. Bradburton bargained for. They were able to preserve his head in a dome using some advanced life support tech, and he's been stuck in this vault for a little over 200 years, all alone. He says General Braxton, the commander he'd been negotiating about the Project Cobalt with, tricked him, and while that's possible, I think it's probably more likely that he failed to think ahead. One of the last emails we read in his office hints that the procedure he's planning to go through will end his ability to speak and show up in public. So he had to know at least a little about what to expect. And, as a matter of fact, we'll find another entry talking about the procedure in a nearby terminal, showing us that he did know what would be happening and still actively chose his fate. As it is, immortality isn't all it's cracked up to be in his current state, and he makes us an offer that's really too good to pass up. He's got a cache of some of the warheads that his company developed for the military in a locked room nearby, but we can't access it unless we turn off the power to his life support and end his suffering. The loneliness he's experienced in the vault has driven him at least a little mad, and he's not thrilled at the idea of spending another 2 centuries as a head in a jar. But Sierra doesn't like the idea of her hero drifting off into the big sleep, and she makes us a counteroffer. If we leave him alive, so that she can keep him company and get to know him better, she'll give us a special edition Nuka-Cola jumpsuit. Sierra isn't really thinking this whole thing through. For one thing, I really want that prototype, but that's not even the real reason I'm leaning into turning off the power. See, while she might be able to keep him company for a little while, she is going to get bored or die eventually, and he'll be stuck here waiting on some other rube to accident their way into his vault. And that would be the best case scenario if he was even interested in her company. If he doesn't like her or want to chat it up with someone who seems to want nothing more than to talk about how great he is, leaving him alive could be more torture than anything. As it stands, the right call here is to turn off the power and relieve him of his misery. I'd likely want the same thing after spending 2 centuries staring at the same wall with no one to talk to. Shutting the power down, we're able to access the prototype and the Nuka-Cola formula, handing the latter to Sierra and making our way back out into the park. That's normally where I would end things, but there's one more piece that I want to talk about here. There are a variety of things and people to find outside of the actual park, with a group calling themselves Hubologists asking for your assistance to get their spaceship up and running, and a museum of shovels to be found in the wasteland, among other things. All of that is great, and if there's interest, I might even dive into those and other smaller stories from the wasteland in general. But there's one interaction in particular that deserves a special mention here. Just south of the park, sitting on top of an old, rusty Aerostream trailer body, you can find a young man by the name of Evan. If you strike up a conversation with him, he'll say he's been just kind of hanging out there for years, and even offer to just give you a special Nuka-Cola recipe called Nuka Love for free. It might just be an ordinary interaction with an overly generous NPC, except there's a lot more to this chance encounter. On June 27, 2016, a Reddit user by the name of Andy, username NoojXLVII, posted a thank you letter to Bethesda on the r/Fallout 4 subreddit. In the post, he talks about how he used the game, specifically the Automatron DLC, as a way to bond with his dad, who'd passed away the year before. He'd made a robot named GR-36 to honor his dad, who was named Greg, and he spent hours wandering the wasteland with the bot by his side, using the experience to help him get through the loss. He then goes on to talk about how he and his brother also used the game as a bonding experience, theorizing how they might handle various situations in the game if they were faced with them in real life. Not really too dissimilar to what I do here on the channel with games. At the time of the post, his brother was in the hospital dealing with some complications from diabetes, and the prognosis wasn't good. Within a couple of days, his brother, Evan, was gone. The post wound up gaining some traction, and a representative from Bethesda reached out to let Andy know that they would like to not only send him a special care package, but also include Evan as an NPC in the upcoming Nuka World DLC. And that is the Evan that we meet as we bring our time in Nuka World to an end. He's a reminder that there are things more important in life than games, but also that games can bring us together in ways that other media just can't. Games give us the chance to step out of our own lives, and whatever problems and difficulties we might be facing, for just a little while. They allow us to be the hero that saves the world, or the villain that watches it burn. They let us connect with friends and family that we might not otherwise get the chance to know, and as we see each week in the Philosophy and Ethics in Games series, they allow us to learn a little bit about ourselves and the world we live in through a digital, interactive environment. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're donning a trench coat and fedora and heading to the heart of New England in Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. Returning from our vacation to Nuka World in the last episode, and dropping the kid off at home, we tune our Pip-Boy to the Valentine Detective Agency radio to hear a request for assistance being broadcast out by Nick Valentine's assistant Ellie. It sounds pretty important, though she doesn't share any details in the transmission. So after clearing out our inventory, we head to Diamond City to check in at the agency. It turns out a fisherman by the name of Kenji Nakano, a former acquaintance of Nick's, reached out for help with something. And after partnering up with Nick, we make our way to the northeast corner of the map to visit the Nakano residence. Kenji and his wife Rei are beside themselves with worry as we arrive because their daughter Kasumi has run off without any indication of where she could have gone. Kenji is convinced Kasumi was lured away by a kidnapper of some kind with ill intentions, and Rei thinks the girl may have struck out on her own as she was apparently the adventurous type. After a little snooping around in her room and workshop, we discover the truth may be some weird mixture of the two. It turns out Kasumi loved to tinker with electronic devices, a hobby she and her grandfather shared. One of the projects she was working on was a radio, and with a little effort she was able to not only get it working, but also increase the broadcast range to the point where she was able to contact a settlement of synths up north near a town called Far Harbor. By itself, that might not be too much, but apparently whoever she was talking to got her thinking about her own identity and questioning whether she herself might be a synth. She couldn't live with the mystery, so she stole one of her dad's boats and sailed off into the night in search of this synth settlement. Thankfully, Kenji has a second boat with a built-in navigation system that somehow knows exactly where we need to go. And before long, we're setting sail toward the murky waters of Far Harbor. As we pull up to the docks of the small coastal town, we can hear an argument between a couple of the residents. One of them turns out to be the de facto leader of Far Harbor, a woman by the name of Captain Avery. She's accompanied by a man named Alan, who will wind up being a thorn in our side throughout our stay on the island. Avery is a little wary of us, as they don't get a ton of strangers on the island, but she's able to confirm Kasumi passed through the town. Any more information will have to wait, though, as we're introduced to the thing that makes Far Harbor an incredibly difficult place to live: the fog. The island is covered in a radioactive fog that hides horrors unlike anything we've seen in our travels to this point. The town is forced to rally to the wall that they've built to keep out the worst of the worst, and after what I can only assume is a typical evening in Far Harbor, we reconvene with Avery and Alan to learn that in addition to Far Harbor, there are two other communities of note on the island. The first is a collection of religious zealots known as the Children of Adam. We've come into contact with members of this group back on the mainland a couple of times, and though they're a little odd, they've not really been too much of a menace to this point. The other is the settlement of synths that we came here looking for. They're situated in a spot known as Acadia, and Avery makes a point of telling us we're going to need a guide to make it there safely. She points us in the direction of a man named Old Longfellow and asks that we lend a hand around town if we're able, as the people of Far Harbor could use a lot of help. So, to start with, we'll talk a little bit about Alan and his hatred for the Children of Adam, because his mindset isn't really an uncommon one even in our world. See, the radioactive fog we talked about a minute ago has been getting worse in the past few years on the island, and several people in Far Harbor, led by Alan, blame the Children of Adam as the rise in radioactivity in the fog seems to line up with their arrival. According to Avery, there is no hard evidence to support the idea that the children are behind the worsening fog, and this is where we can dig into correlation and causation. Correlation just means that two or more things appear to be related in some way, and causation means that one thing directly causes another. In this instance, the fog getting worse is correlated with the Children of Adam settling on the island. But the two things being correlated does not mean that one is the cause of the other. In order to prove the Children of Adam were causing the problem with the fog, there would need to be some other factor. See, the children themselves are most likely not spewing radiation out of their orifices, meaning that for them to be responsible, we would need to show that they had some device or other mechanism that was actively boosting the fog and making it more radioactive. To this point, that burden of proof has not been met, and yet Alan is quick to jump to them as the cause. We see this in our own world when people jump to conclusions about things that are negatively, or even positively, impacting their lives. They'll blame other groups of people, companies, and even imaginary or unproven causes like ghosts or demons for their woes, even when there is no evidence those things are actually the cause of their problems. As an example, suppose there was an economic downturn that made everyday necessities like food more expensive, while also causing companies to lay people off to save money. The actual causes of this downturn might be complex and include things like supply chain disruptions, lower demand for goods and services, and a shift in policies put in place by local, state, or federal agencies. Let's say that just before this downturn, a large influx of immigrants came into a local area, bringing with them an increase in the size of the workforce and a small amount of capital that helps them establish new businesses or to drive up demand at already established companies. Some people might notice that the increase in the immigrant population correlated with the economic downturn and assign blame to that group because those two things are related. This is easier than admitting that the situation is more complex and gives people a simple, straightforward boogeyman to blame for their problems. And this is what Alan has fallen into with the Children of Adam. They're an easy scapegoat, a place to aim his frustration and give him a feeling of some control. If the solution to the problem with the fog is just to take out the children of Adam, then all Alan needs to do is convince enough people and get it done. Will that actually fix things? There's no way to know without more information. But when people are desperate, they make rash decisions and don't always do the right thing. Besides Alan and Avery, there are several other members of the community that we can assist before we make our way to Acadia. The Mariner is in charge of the community's defenses, specifically the wall that keeps the bad things out. She was apparently maintaining the dock before anyone else showed up, and the majority of the harbormen in Far Harbor are nothing more than squatters in her eyes. They were forced to seek refuge in the harbor when the fog pushed its way through the island and ruined their former homes, and they all seem pretty happy to let someone else manage the defenses for them.
Why doesn't anyone help you?
Each harborman is the captain of his own ship, worked fine for generations on the homesteads. Your land, your rules. But when the island pushed them onto my dock, one by one, the ungrateful bastards expect me to look after my land, even though they're squatting on it, like wretches.
And this idea of self-reliance, kicked up to a toxic extreme, is another point of contention that we'll see come up quite a bit here in Far Harbor. Many members of the community put a lot of stock in the idea of relying on themselves rather than others, and especially over accepting the help of those deemed as outsiders. Alan was the first big example of this, as he called us out for helping with the defenses of the wall rather than thanking us, because in his eyes, accepting help from outsiders risks becoming dependent on them, leaving the community high and dry when the outsider isn't around. And there is some merit in the idea of being self-sufficient. Knowing how to handle yourself and being able to provide your own food, shelter, and protection can be very valuable, especially in the case of something like the fall of society after a nuclear apocalypse. But there is a fine line between being self-sufficient and being stubborn. It is possible to accept the help of outsiders while also maintaining your own community. And doing so can even be beneficial if that outsider has some valuable skill that can help improve the odds of long-term survival. It's also smart to build and foster long-term relationships with individuals and groups outside of your own, as those relationships can sometimes mean the difference between life and death. What if some terrible tragedy, a natural disaster, or in the case of Far Harbor, a monster attack, befalls the town, and having close connections outside of their walls is the only thing standing between them living or dying? Seeking or accepting help isn't a weakness, it's a sign of strength. It shows that you know when to reach out and accept something that is going to benefit you and those that rely on you. After a short conversation, the Mariner asks us to retrieve a specialized set of tools from a place called Eagle's Cove Tannery. That sounds easy enough, and we'll jot it down on the list of things to do as we explore the island. Some of the residents aren't opposed to asking for help, though. The doctor, a man named Teddy, is willing to let us help heal a patient that doesn't seem to have a very good chance of survival after spending too much time in the fog. We need a high enough intelligence level or the medic perk to do any good, but after taking a look, I was able to stabilize him and save his life. Then there's Cassie Dalton, a storyteller with a tragic family history and a flair for the dramatic. She'll send us on several missions to different places around the island, giving us access to our own property in the process, but the bulk of her tale deserves its own video at some point. Heading into the town's bar, a little shack called the Last Plank, we can find old Longfellow hanging out alone in a corner. At first, he says he can't really help us, that he's more or less retired from helping people traverse the fog. But with a little convincing, he opens up and agrees to take us where we need to go, so long as we do exactly as he says the whole time. The trek isn't overly difficult, and we even run into a member of the Children of Adam along the way. learning that they don't really like Acadia because the synths there are responsible for the fog condensers that keep Far Harbor safe from the fog. This is one of those bits that reveals enough about the children to tell me they aren't really a group I'm going to like. It's one thing to have your own personal religious beliefs, to follow specific customs and traditions that might seem odd to outsiders. But it's another thing to expect others to follow your chosen path. The children of Adam expect everyone to bathe in Adam's holy glow, to accept the radiation, and to not try to push back the fog. This is infringing on the rights of others and is a mark against them in my ledger. But a deeper look at the children of Adam will have to wait just a few moments as we finally reach Acadia and meet the leader of the synth commune, Dima. There is a lot to unpack in this initial meeting with what appears to be a very early synth prototype. For one thing, he's pretty much convinced that everyone is a synth, and for another, he claims to be what amounts to a brother to Nick. From what Dima says, he and Nick were the only two of their kind created, with Dima being the first and Nick being the slightly more advanced second. The Institute supposedly cycled a number of personalities through Nick over time, with him having no memory of that or Dima because it happened over a century prior. It's a lot to take in for Nick, and something that will come up again. Dima also confirms that Kasumi is alive and well, and tells us that we can see her after a short conversation where he reveals that he seems to have some kind of obsession with giving people identity crises. See, Dima, at his core, is a cult leader. He brings in outsiders by acting as if he is only asking basic questions, even when those questions don't make a lot of sense. He plants the idea in the mind of an individual that they are a synth, and then lets the fact that there is no way to tell the difference between a synth and a human do the rest of the work for him. For people who are going through a difficult time, like Kasumi after the death of her grandfather, this kind of manipulation can be especially effective as it burrows into their already fragile emotional state and makes them doubt the things that they think they know. He tries this emotional manipulation on the sole survivor character as well, asking a leading question.
I don't mean to question you, but what's the first memory you have?
And then pouncing on the answer as some kind of evidence that the personality we have was implanted in us by an outside force like the Institute. He says that since we can't reference memories earlier than the day the bombs fell, that we might be a synth, though he also covers all his bases by following up with other explanations like trauma, disease, and background radiation as possible causes for memory issues. But the seed has already been planted. For someone who's dealing with the emotional kind of things that we've gone through, losing our spouse, and then dealing with the lost time and possible death of our son, as well as all the other things the wasteland has thrown at us, we could very easily be in a state of mind that would be primed to fall for these kind of tactics. He's careful to only lead us through inquiry, though. He doesn't make the direct assertion that we are a synth, only that it is something to consider, while also telling us that he can provide a safe community for us if we decide that we belong there. And that kind of indirect manipulation gives Dima some plausible deniability, as he can say that those who call Acadia home made their own choice, even as he was in the shadows of that decision. It also makes it harder to recognize the deception, as the people he is manipulating are convinced they did all the work to discover that they were a synth. His questioning disguises his true intention, and makes him seem like nothing more than a curious, helpful individual that did nothing more than offer a warm bed to a synth in need. And this whole thing highlights another major problem with the Railroad of all factions. See, Dima mentions that some of the synths in Acadia were runaways from the Institute that they rescued before the coursers could get to them, and others are the victims of mind wipes that had their true identity revealed to them by the group in Acadia. Mind wipes performed by the Railroad. Now, we've already discussed how unethical the railroad is in general, and how their tendency to wipe the minds of the synths they've captured is a horrible thing. And this just adds to that case. It's one thing to rescue synths that know they are synths and keep them safe. It's something else to wipe their mind and stick a new identity in their head so they don't know where they came from. How many synths exist without knowing that they are synths? But more importantly, how many people out there are questioning the possibility that they could be a synth, and does it truly matter if they are one or not? If a synth has DNA like a human being and is indistinguishable from a human while it's alive, then what difference does it make if someone is a synth or a human? One argument I've seen, specifically around Paladin Danse when I talked about him and the Brotherhood of Steel, is that synths can be sleeper agents in organizations that are just waiting to be triggered with a single key phrase that makes them do things like go berserk or otherwise threaten whatever group they're a part of. While this can seem like a scary threat, it is really a red herring. First of all, the Brotherhood only knew about Danse thanks to a hack into the Institute's systems by the sole survivor, meaning otherwise they wouldn't have figured out that he was a synth, and leaving the threat of him being some kind of sleeper agent intact. The bigger issue here, though, is that we have to now presume that anyone in the Brotherhood could be a sleeper agent through that logic. So, what if we get rid of Danse? Now we have to worry about who else might just be waiting in the wings for the right word or phrase to bring them into the open. There's also the threat of human spies to contend with, as that is more viable overall than the threat of a synth, since there are more humans in the world, and as there would presumably be several groups that would like to bring the Brotherhood down from the inside who don't have access to that technology. So no, it doesn't make any difference at all if the individual we are dealing with is a synth or a human. Either way, they can be a friend, a threat, an innocent, or someone with ill intent, with synths being no more likely than humans to fit in any of those categories. And that brings us back to Kasumi, because once we've finished up with Dima, we can find her tinkering on something in one of the lower levels of Acadia. She's a little surprised that we came all this way to track her down, and she isn't willing to return to her parents just yet. She's convinced beyond a doubt that she's a synth, and doesn't see Kenji and Rei as her parents, as she thinks the real version of their daughter was kidnapped and killed. But even with that, she is open to the idea of returning to them if we can help her figure out what's going on with Acadia first. She's become suspicious of Dima after seeing some plans for the destruction of the other settlements on the island, complete with death count projections. Her big worry is that Dima is planning to wipe out Far Harbor and the children of Adam and take over the island for himself and the synths, and she can't leave until she knows the truth and stops a possible tragedy from occurring. A little digging in terminals reveals that when Dima first came to the island, he was staying in an old nuclear-armed submarine. As an older, less advanced model of synth, he was having trouble storing data, as his hardware wasn't really up to the task of storing years' worth of experiences and information. So, he developed a way to offload that data to an external system, something similar to what we see in Acadia. When the children of Adam showed up, Dima wound up befriending their leader, a man named Confessor Martin, and he gifted the submarine that he'd been calling home to them as a base when he founded Acadia. The memory bank that he'd built up was too big to move, so he left it on the submarine under the careful watch of Confessor Martin. But Martin disappeared at some point, and the new leader of the children, a High Confessor Tectus, isn't as friendly toward the synths. Dima and his fellow founders are worried that Tectus will find a way to access the old memories that he left behind and uncover some secret that could escalate the tensions on the island considerably. They've created a program that will allow someone to access and retrieve the memories, but they don't really have anyone that they can send to carry out the task at the moment. And that's where we come in after another conversation with Kasumi. Making our way to the home of the children of Adam, called the Nucleus, we have a couple of options for accessing Dima's memories. Since I don't mind a little extra work, I take the more difficult path of joining their ranks through a spirit quest where I drink some water from an irradiated spring and follow a shadow across the island before returning victorious and becoming the newest member of the Children of Adam. After all, what kind of detective story would this be if we didn't go undercover? With Adam's blessing upon us, we get permission from Tectus to access the area where Dima's memories are stored. There are a few traps and obstacles to overcome before we reach the database, but before long, we're digging through what I can only assume is everyone's favorite part of this DLC. There are several memories to retrieve, using some interesting mechanics, and what we uncover doesn't look good for Dima. An extremely long story short, Dima has some big secrets that he's been keeping. He did something he regretted involving Far Harbor, discovered the location of the key to blow up the nuclear bomb in the Nucleus, created a kill switch for the fog condensers keeping Far Harbor safe, and had a falling out with Nick that we get the chance to hear for ourselves. There's a lot there, but I want to really focus on the key for the nuclear bomb and the secret Dima has in regards to Far Harbor. First, the key to the bomb is our key to helping the Children of Adam achieve that ultimate goal they all strive for: division. Recovering it from the hiding place that Dima discovered, we only need a little bit of persuasion to convince Tectus that launching it is in the best interest of the children. Thanking them for their hospitality, we turn the key and leave the sub just in time to watch it explode, dealing with one problem on the island before moving on to the others. And let's face it, the Children of Adam were never going to be content with sharing the island with any group that didn't embrace the fog. And if they got enough nerve, they might just take out the condensers and doom Far Harbor for good. Once that's been dealt with, we head over to the Vim factory to dig up Dima's biggest secret. And when I say dig up, I mean literally dig it up from under a pile of dirt in the basement. It turns out that at some point in the past, Dima decided the best way to bring peace between the groups on the island would be to replace the leader of one of them with a synth. His buddy Martin with the Children of Adam was already friendly, so he would wind up killing and replacing the leader of Far Harbor, Avery. Now, set aside the fact that killing and replacing people is straight out of the Institute's playbook for just a minute, because even without that, this action is completely unhinged, and about the worst thing he could have done, short of just wiping the groups out. There's already a high level of mistrust between the groups on the island. What exactly did Dima think would be the outcome if Far Harbor found out what he'd done? After reporting back to Kasumi, we confront Dima with what we know, and we have a decision to make. Dima does his best to justify his actions, though there really is no justification. Then he shares his intention to continue to sweep the whole affair under the rug. He says that if the people of Far Harbor knew what he'd done, they'd come after Acadia after killing him, and keeping it a secret somehow protects the synths. But in reality, the whole thing is just a ticking time bomb. For one thing, what if Avery dies and the next person to take over is hostile toward Acadia? Is he going to replace them too? Where does it end if he isn't able to negotiate peace in a more suitable way? And what if someone from Far Harbor discovers the truth inadvertently? With tensions being what they are, and with people like Alan in the group, that could start an all-out war anyway. That's not even bringing up the biggest hole in the plan. Something that I don't think I've ever heard brought up, but something that needs to be discussed. Dima is willing to kill to keep the peace, And the fact that we know his little secret that could bring the island to its knees makes us a liability. What if Dima calculates the risk of us being alive is too great because we might decide one day that the information is just too much to hold on to and tell someone in Far Harbor? What's stopping him from sending someone to kill the sole survivor? This is a very real threat and something we need to consider when deciding what to do with Dima. He tries hard to make the case for keeping the secret, even going as far as to say that his coming clean will lead to the fall condensers eventually breaking down, as the people of Far Harbor will destroy Acadia after killing him. But that is something that will have to be dealt with if and when the time comes. The good news here is that we have a lot of sway in the matter thanks to the side quests I did for the denizens of Far Harbor while working to solve the mystery. We were able to ingratiate ourselves with the locals by not only assisting the mariner, the doctor, and Cassie Dalton, but also running some errands for a girl called Small Bertha, Mitch the bartender, and one or two others along the way.
See the hull? That's thanks to the mainlander, a true friend of the harbor.
You going to listen to Alan's hate-mongering? You even remember who did the captain's dance?
Mainlander cleared my farm, avenged my family. More than the rest of you ever did for me.
What's Alan really ever done? Caused trouble. Remember who cleared the lumber mill? Remember who's given us a new chance to take back our island?
My uncle's safe and alive. The strangers always steered us right.
Alan reacts to Dima's confession as you might expect, with calls to burn Acadia to the ground and kill all the synths. But thanks to the goodwill that we built up, he's quickly shouted down and we finally get to tell him to shut the hell up.
Every time you open your damn mouth, Alan, the whole town suffers.
Shut up.
What?
For the crime of murder, Dima is sentenced to death and executed right there on the pier, and the island can finally start to move forward. The children of Adam won't be an issue anymore, and Acadia will continue to stand as a beacon for synths and possible synths. But one of those possible synths is going home. Taking one more trip to Acadia, we convince Kasumi to embrace whoever she might be and recognize that she's still the daughter of her parents, regardless of her status as a synth. Coming full circle, we return Kasumi to Ray and Kenji and bring closure to another case with the Valentine Detective Agency. Considering it was our first case, we should probably retire at this point and hold on to that 100% solve rate. But if we aren't going to work as a detective in the Commonwealth, what other job could we possibly do? A new distress call on the Pip-Boy might just provide the answer we're looking for in the form of a request for assistance at Vault 88. Welcome back to Philosophy and Ethics in Games, the series where I break down the stories in some of our favorite games and ask the tough questions to figure out what is right and what is wrong. I'm Josh Bearheart Hawk, and today we're improving the lives of potential vault dwellers everywhere by making the experiments in Fallout 4's vaults ethical. In case you missed any of the previous episodes in the Philosophy and Ethics series, I've linked a playlist in the description below. As I continue to break down this and other games, I'll add new videos to the playlist so you can find them all in one place. So, we've covered the main story of Fallout 4 and the 3 major story DLCs, but there's still one thing left to talk about: Vault-Tec. In the world of Fallout 4, Vault-Tec is the ultimate evil corporation. They've got their greedy hands in all the wrong places and dedicated their pre-war existence to coming up with experiments for their supposed Fallout shelters that would make even the worst movie villain recoil. Normally, we just get to see the aftermath of the experiments, reading terminal entries and context clues to figure out what happened and what was supposed to happen. But today, we're going to be taking the role of Vault Overseer to design and redesign experiments. For the purposes of this video, we'll be dissecting the vaults in Fallout 4 and coming up with ways the experiments could be made ethical if we were to set something similar up in the real world. But before we get into the already failed experiments, we have the opportunity to forge new ground in Vault 88. Vault 88 was the main focus of the Vault-Tec Workshop DLC for Fallout 4 that was released on July 26, 2016. The vault itself is hidden in the southern portion of Boston and can be found after we intercept a distress signal on our Pip-Boy. Construction on the vault never made it past the early stages, and most of the crew inside the main chamber for it was killed in cave-ins or died over years from radiation sickness. But one person remained through it all. Valerie Barstow was tapped to become the overseer of Vault 88, and she was on site the day the bombs fell. In the centuries since, she wound up becoming a ghoul and was starting to lose hope that anyone from Vault-Tec would ever show up to help her finish her life's work. When a group of raiders started attacking the vault and trying to get in, she turned on the vault's distress signal and prayed that someone would hear it and come to her aid. Instead of getting someone from Vault-Tec, however, she got the sole survivor. Not being one to let a good opportunity go to waste, Overseer Barstow has a proposal for us. If we help her get the vault up and running and perform the experiments she wants to carry out with the devices she was given, she'll let us make the decision about the parameters of the experiments themselves. If we find anything objectionable in the way she wants to do things, we can simply change the experiment. This is fair enough, and after a few minutes of clearing rubble, turning on the vault's radio beacon, and setting up a basic structure, we're ready to get started on the first experiment. Before we can actually perform the experiments, though, we need to vet possible vault residents and figure out who will make the best candidate for these tests. The first candidate seems a little rough around the edges, but that's to be expected from someone who's likely spent their whole life in the wasteland. The second guy seems a little sketchy, and my lone wanderer sense started tingling when he asked if he would be allowed access to the entire vault with no restrictions. So I wound up kicking him to the curb. We can't have that kind of riffraff in our underground utopia. The third candidate seemed to be the charm, though. Clem might be a few fancy lad snack cakes short of a full box, but he is enthusiastic and just overall happy to be somewhere that isn't trying to kill him. After asking him a few questions, the Overseer agrees that he seems to be perfect for what we're looking for, and we start with the most important step in any human experiment: getting consent. For all of Overseer Barstow's faults, I have to give her credit for following at least this one ethical principle. Getting informed consent is always important when you're performing experiments on human beings. And while we could be a bit more explicit in letting Clem know what he's in for, the fact that we give him a chance to say no to participating is a great first step. Fitting him with an official Vault 88 jumpsuit, we head into the vault and build a terminal and the first device to be tested, the PowerCycle 1000. This is cutting-edge technology that will allow people to power the vault while they exercise. According to Barstow, the act of exercise is inherently selfish because it causes people to be in better health, allowing them to live longer and to become a strain on the vault's resources in their older age. This isn't completely wrong on the face of it, but her idea for the experiment isn't what I would call ethical. The parameters she would like us to choose include providing an electric shock to the person on the stationary bike when they drop below a certain output. While that could be helpful in theory, it also disincentivizes people from riding it because who wants to be shocked every time they take a break from exercising? The next possible parameter would likely make Barstow happy as well, as it involves dosing the rider with Buff-Out to give them an artificial boost to keep pedaling. Not only is this incredibly unethical because it involves giving people drugs against their will, but it also would mean needing to maintain a supply of Buffout in the vault to even make the system work. Even without those objections, the R&D notes mention people dying from the use of the drug, making it even worse as a way of getting people to cycle than the shock treatment. The final parameter to consider mainly focuses on providing a pleasant experience and natural positive feedback to riders, and that's the parameter I'm going with. There is no reason we can't turn exercise into a way to power the vault, and providing positive reinforcement for the activity is a great way to encourage people to hop on the bikes. I would even go a step further and offer people things like extra rations or some other special treat for reaching a specific goal each week. You have to think, these people are going to be trapped underground and won't exactly have the chance to go jogging on a local trail. So they're going to need some way to blow off steam and get some physical activity in. Why not make that activity help the vault? The next experiment requires a little field trip to a place called Hallucinogen Inc. on the north side of Boston. If there's enough interest in the comments, I might make a video covering Hallucinogen, but for now, we'll stay focused on the package that we need to recover from there for the next experiment. In the basement of the facility, we can find something labeled Vault 88 Chemical Research, a set of chemical formulas meant to provide drinkable liquid for the second problem Barstow sees in society: water breaks. You know how people at work like to hang out around the water cooler and talk about things? That's apparently a big no-no in Overseer Barstow's vision of the future. She sees the need to socialize with co-workers, or in this case fellow Vault inhabitants, as irrational, and she is hoping that this new experiment will solve that little problem. Building another terminal and the soda machine, we have another list of parameters to consider. The first parameter is apparently an appetite suppressant, meant to stretch the vault's food by making people consume less of it. One person died in the testing phase, and a couple couldn't even get out of bed to do anything productive in the vault, and this mixture is out of the question for those side effects alone. The second mixture makes people high, and is even known to cause hallucinations, but at least it didn't kill anyone in the testing phase, I suppose. It apparently also smells and tastes awful, so we'll just set that one on the back burner for now. The final mixture winds up being the most ethical choice, as it is more or less just normal soda. They used caffeine, which is technically an addictive substance, but not really any worse than most of the other things someone might eat or drink in the wasteland. And they even tried to make it taste like Nuka-Cola. Barstow isn't happy with the results of the test, as she would have preferred that we went with one of the more dangerous mixtures, but there isn't really a benefit to be had with either of them. At least with the cycle, there was some, likely small, upside to the less ethical parameters. With this machine, there isn't really any positive in selecting the first two mixtures. The third experiment really brings out the evil intentions in Overseer Barstow, as she derides the Hippocratic Oath, the oath medical professionals take to do no harm, and asks us to build the Vault-Tec Phoropter, a piece of equipment that would fit nicely in an optometrist's office. She says it can technically be used to improve vision, but she has a more nefarious idea for it. The first possible parameter here involves showing the patient subliminal messages, leading them to have a more positive view of the vault and the Overseer. This kind of secretive messaging has been used in a myriad of ways over the years, forcing people to like and subscribe to channels like Lost in Games on YouTube. But this particular implementation isn't really a great idea. If and when the people find out about the messaging, they are going to lose trust in the Vault's leadership and be less likely to want to participate in things that could actually be good for them and the Vault. You can go back and watch the breakdown I did of the Tuskegee experiment in the very first episode of this series for a better idea of the effect these kind of experiments have on people. The second set of parameters focuses on what amounts to a kind of mind-reading tech, where the device will display a picture of whatever the test subject is thinking of on a screen for everyone to see. It isn't perfect, and if people knew what it did, they might not be keen on using it. But it isn't quite as bad as the first parameter. The final and most ethical use that we can assign to this device is the perfectly normal ability to help improve the vision of those who use it. Given that we're going for the most ethical vault possible, this is the selection I'm making. The Overseer isn't thrilled that I've made all of her experiments ethical, but there is one more to set up, and she did her best to make this one the least ethical of all, while also using it as her audition for a AAA game studio in 2025. The device, in its most simple form, is a slot machine. The three options here aren't even really helpful to the vault in any real sense, and I get the feeling that she was trying really hard to make this one count. The first parameter would provide a good chance of winning early on, while slowly decreasing the odds over time and taking advantage of the newly created problem gamblers. This is incredibly unethical, as it is taking advantage of psychology to hook people into something they might not have otherwise done, by giving them the euphoria of winning before changing the odds and making winning less likely. There's also no real point in doing this unless you're trying to run a casino built on nothing but profit. The second parameter is a standard slot machine, with random chance assigned to the device and a monitor to track which people in the vault are most likely to have an addiction to gambling. While this technically doesn't hurt anyone, at least not directly, it isn't really doing anything positive either. The final parameter is supposed to be some kind of control, but it really just shows that Overseer Barstow isn't very good at creating experiments. It more or less lets people win just about every time, which would be costly for the vault and get boring for most people over time, as the allure of gambling in general lies more in the imagined idea of beating the odds and getting lucky than it does on actually winning anything. A slot machine in a vault as an experiment doesn't really work, even with Barstow's idea of using gambling as a positive motivational force. Positive reinforcement as a motivation is one thing, but getting people addicted to gambling, or monitoring who has an addictive personality, or just letting everyone win all the time feels like some low-grade work. I chose the third option for this experiment, having it be mostly just a cap distribution machine, mostly as a way to make Barstow mad, because I was just tired of her unethical predilections. As fun as it was to design these experiments, though, I think it's time to head out into the wasteland and redesign the experiments from the other vaults, starting with our home vault, Vault 111. According to the Overseer's terminal in Vault 111, the purpose of that vault was to test the long-term effects of suspended animation on unaware human subjects. Now, it's important to point out here that some scientific experiments require a certain level of ignorance on the part of the subjects to maintain the lowest possible level of bias in the results. But even in those experiments, the subjects are made aware of the fact that they are participating in a study and that there will be certain risks involved. If we were designing the Vault 111 experiment from the ground up, the first thing we would do would be to let the participants know that the vault is going to be home to an experiment that will come with certain risks. Many of the future residents would more than likely just be happy to be going underground rather than staying put as the bombs dropped, so it's even likely that most of them would agree to a higher level of risk than they would normally accept. I would also reassess whether or not the subjects actually need to be unaware of the fact that they will be frozen in cryopods. It's possible that Vault-Tec is testing for an emergency situation of some kind, where they would need to know if they were able to freeze people without their knowledge to keep them safe. But in order to have an experiment like this without informing the participants of what they would be going through, there would need to be some pretty good reasoning behind the plan. One other thing to point out here is the lack of planning Vault-Tec put into the food and supply storage that we actually talked about in the first episode of this series. Someone on that video actually commented that they thought Vault-Tec might be using this shortage as a sort of secondary experiment in the vault. This is intriguing and not really out of the realm of possibility, since we know Vault-Tec was notorious for that kind of thing. But if that was the case, they didn't really leave any evidence of the experiment for us to find. If they were monitoring how shortages like that would affect the staff of a cryo facility, they missed a couple of key things. Now, from here on out, we'll just assume that each and every experiment is missing the consent factor for ease, and we'll focus on other pieces of individual experiments. So one of the things that they would need if they are testing the reaction or ability to handle low supplies would be a control group, and perhaps even a couple of other groups with various levels of supplies to see how each was affected. For instance, they could have included a group that was given the same timeline for release from the vault, but intentionally only given half the supplies they needed to simulate some kind of emergency situation where a crew wasn't able to get enough food for an extended stay somewhere. It might have also been good to have a group with way more supplies than were needed to see how that would impact their willingness to stay longer than the expected release date. A control group in this instance would be one that was not only properly supplied, but one that was also released on time. This would be easier to accomplish if Vault-Tec actually lasted past the first few years after the bombs dropped. But based on what we see in the game, it isn't likely they're still up and running. And speaking of control groups, that's another thing they would need for the frozen residents. So, let's assume the cryo chambers were the only major test, just for the sake of simplicity. What would that experiment look like from an ethical standpoint? Vault-Tec goes door to door to let people know about the vault and ask if they want to sign up. As part of the process, they inform future residents that there will be an ongoing experiment in the vault and that there could be side effects or unforeseen consequences to that test, while also pointing out that the alternative is to just hope that you make it through the blast and can somehow survive the fallout above ground. The pool of possible test subjects would need to be varied and include people of various health records and backgrounds to adequately produce reliable results, and those subjects would then need to be divided into several groups with care to make sure that they weren't filling one group with too many people from one particular background. For instance, you wouldn't want one group of people consisting mainly of those with compromised immune systems when those people aren't reflected in other groups, as that kind of thing could skew the results. The experiment itself should have at least 3 groups. One that is frozen and informed that they will be, and 2 that are frozen for varying lengths of time based on the needs of the study. For instance, there could be a group frozen for 3 months and another for 6 months. If planned properly, there could even be staggered releases every few months to see how extended freezing affects people over different amounts of time. The results of each group would need to be carefully tracked and cataloged, and any anomalies would need to be noted and tracked to see if they appear in multiple groups or are outliers. Honestly, there would need to be a lot of really detailed planning that would need to go into it, and I don't want this video to be 5 hours long, so I'll leave it there as I think we have a good start with this first vault. What do you think? If someone came to you and offered you a place in a vault where you could avoid the nuclear apocalypse while being frozen for an unspecified amount of time, would you do it? But Vault 111 is probably one of the easier vaults to correct. The next one we step into isn't quite as simple as just freezing people. Vault 81 is the only vault we can find in the wasteland that looks like it was successful. The people here are thriving, and it appears on the surface that whatever experiment Vault-Tec did was humane and allowed the residents to flourish. But there is a dark underbelly to this amazing place. One of the kids in the vault, a young boy named Austin, comes down with a serious illness as we're visiting, and the truth of the purpose of the vault is revealed as we explore what turns out to be a second vault hidden behind a movable wall panel in the basement. The scientists of Vault 81 were supposed to be working on a universal cure, a drug that would allow them to fight off any and all infections that might plague humanity. The initial stages of this experiment were actually pretty well done, with the focus being on testing various potential cures on mole rats to see how effective and safe they were. The whole thing goes off the rails, however, when it comes to the planned human side of the experiment. After passing the animal trials, the plan was to infect unaware human subjects with various ailments and then test the drugs out on them to see how safe and effective they were in humans. We're starting to see a pattern here when it comes to Vault-Tec, as they seem pretty dead set on not giving people the chance to consent to tests. Human trials in medicine sometimes include intentionally infecting people with various pathogens with their consent for the procedure. There is no reason Vault-Tec couldn't have included a brief mention that being in the vault would also include potential experiments, and then given the vault residents the chance to either accept or decline participation in the study. They could have even offered incentives like extra rations or some other reward for being involved while also making sure people were clued into the risk. In reality, the fact that Vault-Tec is so worried about trying to pull off these experiments without the subject's knowledge almost seems like nothing more than an attempt to make them a caricature of evil. So far, we're 2 for 2 on vaults that could actually be fixed pretty easily with just a little planning, and now I'm starting to wonder if they were just evil or incompetent in the scientific method and ethical procedures for experiments. Heading to the island of Far Harbor, we can find a little change-up in the kinds of experiments being done, and we can see the first vault that didn't really go as planned. Vault 118 was supposed to be a social experiment that tested the way social classes, namely the rich and the poor, would interact when put into a confined space. It was built under a hotel and was supposed to house wealthy individuals who were visiting Far Harbor on vacation at the time the bombs dropped, alongside whatever locals were able to make it in time before the vault sealed up. The locals, a lower-class working poor group, were to be taken to their part of the vault via a tour of the wealthy area, and the vault would then be sealed off and observed. The two groups were to be treated in very different ways, with the wealthy being basically above the law, waited on hand and foot by robot staff, and given every amenity they asked for, while the poor would be living in a cramped space with limited food and water, and having any rule-breaking being judged by the wealthy to determine the punishment. Honestly, this kind of experiment has played out enough times in the real world in various ways that it doesn't even seem like one that would be worth having. What exactly would Vault-Tec seek to learn from pitting these groups against each other? This is more like filling a room with gasoline and lighting a match than an actual scientific study, and there isn't really much that can be done to salvage it. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm even pretty sure that I saw this exact experiment done in a Mr. Beast video at some point. So maybe Vault-Tec is just trying to go viral. This is the first more social kind of experiment that we've run across, but it isn't the best or even the last one that we'll see. Vault 118 is really more intriguing for its murder mystery. So let me know in the comments if you want to see a video discussing the drama and ethics of how the residents of the vault wound up as brains and robots. If there's enough interest, I'll dive into it at some point in the next few months. If we're looking for a social experiment that could actually wield some interesting results, we need to go no further than Vault 114. Keen observers will recognize Vault 114 as the hideout for Skinny Malone, and the place where we first meet Nick Valentine. The plan for this luxury vault was to cram a bunch of high-ranking government officials, locally important people, members of the business community in Boston, and their families into tight quarters to see what would happen. They were lied to about the living arrangements, being told they would be living in one of the nicest vaults in the Commonwealth, which is a breach of ethics in a way, but that wasn't even the worst of it. The Vault Overseer position, a spot usually filled by someone with at least a little scientific or leadership ability, was to be filled by the worst possible candidate they could find. They wanted someone with as little experience as possible and who had a strong anti-authority bias. They even encouraged the idea that discomfort and harm could come to the residents, and it almost sounds more like someone at Vault-Tec had a vendetta rather than an actual scientific reason for this study. That being said, there is a way that they could make this whole thing work, ethically speaking. Obviously, having the consent of the residents to participate in a study is a must. And while it might be a little more complicated to acquire, it wouldn't be too hard if the representative played to their egos. It would also be wise to make sure not to mention or allude to luxury or living conditions at all as part of the process, as that poisons the well a bit. If they know the quarters will be cramped, they might be prepared ahead of time to deal with that, or even choose not to participate. This would hurt the results, so it's best to tell them that it's a vault and let their imagination fill in the details. It's important not to set expectations, because then the study winds up being more about expectation versus reality, as opposed to seeing how the rich and powerful would handle being in a cramped space. And I just have to say, on the surface of it, this experiment actually seems rather interesting. You're taking people who are used to getting their way and having plenty of space and resources and sticking them in tight quarters where they are no longer catered to or are able to get their way all the time. I would hypothesize that the more egotistical among them would have a harder time dealing with the setup, and the experiment itself could even help shape how future bunkers or vessels for the ocean or space were designed. I would also fix the problem they've got with the Overseer here. See, the concept of putting someone completely off their rocker in charge of these people might seem great on the surface, but there are safety factors that need to be considered. The better option would be to put someone in charge who was competent but also willing to play a part. They could act anti-authority and allow things to get a little uncomfortable without going overboard, and they could even show up as competent just enough to make the vault residents wonder what was going on. Other than that, I don't really have much more to add to Vault 114, as it isn't overly ambitious or wild as far as plans for vaults go. The concept was there, and there were really only a couple of small tweaks needed to make it more in line with our ethical principles. Hopefully, the next vault is this easy. Making our way to the Malden Middle School on the northern side of Boston, we discover a vault that didn't just ignore ethics, it took a dump on them and lit them on fire. Vault 75 is a straight-up eugenics experiment. The plan here was to create a better-managed Lord of the Flies situation, where children were raised to the ripe old age of 18 and then either made into security, scientists, or ashes. They would monitor the kids in the vault indoctrinating them, giving them hormones, selectively breeding them, and rushing the whole thing along to see how fast they could create what they deemed as the perfect human. Ethically speaking, there isn't really much to say here, as not getting informed consent is the smallest problem they have. Killing off those who didn't make the cut in their eyes is never okay. And so long as they believe it's possible to breed out genetic defects, there isn't much that can be done to make anything about this experiment ethical. I'd redesign the whole thing from the ground up, focusing on ways to maximize the abilities of members of a population through education and training, focusing specifically on creating adults that can improve society as a whole. For instance, in both the game world and the real world, the result of the education children received decades prior to the bombs being dropped was having a generation of people who would drop nuclear bombs on each other and destroy the world. Could some kind of societal checks and specific training prevent children from growing into hateful, warmongering adults? That would be a long-term experiment worth conducting, and one that could actually be ethically done without too many issues. The hypothesis of this experiment could focus on how biases and the inclination to fight those who we consider part of the outgroup are things that we can move past with the proper structure and education. It could focus on conflict resolution techniques and really emphasize history as a way to learn about the pitfalls of society and the human condition. This experiment would not only keep the parents of the kids alive at the beginning, but would also allow people to grow old and allow for monitoring the results to see how effective certain techniques are over the lifetime of individuals, so that if and when a new society is set up, it could be set up in a way that would maybe prevent future great wars. Leaving behind our dreams of utopia, we wind up on the edge of the glowing sea in Vault 95. This vault actually did a lot right, but then fell apart in a single day. See, Vault 95 was full of people who'd been struggling with addictions to various chemicals, and it was more or less advertised as a post-nuclear war rehab facility. For the first 5 years, everything went pretty good. The residents held support meetings and helped each other through withdrawal. And I wouldn't even be talking about this vault if it weren't for the stash of drugs that Vault-Tec planted for the residents to discover at the 5-year mark. This is one of those instances where Vault-Tec feels the incessant need to turn everything into some unethical, immoral experiment, and the only real change that I would make would be to get rid of the experiment and let these people live in peace. They've managed to overcome addiction, and they should be proud of that. They shouldn't have their resolve tested by some company that thinks playing with people's lives is a fun pastime. Part of me kind of wants to see an experiment involving unsuspecting Vault-Tec employees now. You didn't think we'd talk about the vaults and not mention Vault-Tec Among the Stars from the Nuka World DLC, did you? This attraction, nestled in the Galactic Zone, is really more of a showroom than a vault. But that doesn't mean it's safe to visit. Even as they're working to sell entrance into vaults around the country, they're running tests on unsuspecting park patrons. Well, park patrons and a few of the employees. I'll be honest here, there isn't really much to object to other than the lack of informed consent that we've hit on so many times in this video. The experiments themselves could potentially have some bearing on making improvements to equipment or some kind of tool to better, or maybe worsen, life in general. And if they just had taken the time to recruit the subjects in the right way, they could have actually made this a pretty mundane and normal experiment. And that's the thing about Vault-Tec. They were never a scientific organization or even one interested in bettering humanity. If the experiments they ran, or were planning to run, tell us anything, it's that the people in charge were sadistic, and were more interested in torturing people than actually doing any good. If I didn't know any better, I'd say a lot of these vaults were designed by John Kramer. Despite that, there were still people that worked for Vault-Tec that weren't on board with the whole thing, as we can see from a terminal entry from one Martin Reed back at Vault-Tec HQ in downtown Boston. Mr. Reed was concerned with some of these shipments being sent to the vaults, and was appalled by the idea that the vaults were being used to run experiments as opposed to housing the residents in a safe environment to wait out the end of the world. His concerns fell on deaf ears, but the fact that anyone in the Vault-Tec world had a conscience is at least a little encouraging. As far as the experiments in the vaults, that's really the end of the line. There are other vaults in the Fallout universe, and as much as I'd like to explore them, that will have to wait. We've pretty much covered all of the big stuff that I wanted to talk about in Fallout 4, and while there are a ton of side quests and random encounters waiting out there for us, the Philosophy and Ethics in Games series will be moving on to a new game starting next week. That adventure will take us from one coast of the United States to another, and from one iconic city in ruins to one that's seen better days. To make sure you don't miss that or any of the other videos in the Philosophy and Ethics in Games series, hit the like button below and make sure that you're subscribed to Lost in Games on YouTube. If you want to help support the channel in other ways while getting cool perks like having your name on the screen in videos, check out my channel memberships here on YouTube or become a patron over on Patreon. For just a couple of bucks a month, you can help me get new games to cover and upgrade my storage to store more gameplay footage from those games. That's all I've got for this one. I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.